Chapter 1003, Super Protection of Companions _2. Seeing the look on Wu Jinshu's face, Ni Yang had already guessed the outcome of the matter. In fact, Ni Yang had been mentally prepared for this. From the perspective of a child who had been abandoned, Ni Yang could also understand Wu Yanyan. Godfather, does Yanyan not want to forgive us? Wu Jinshu succinctly relayed last night's events to Ni Yang. He didn't go into details, just said that Wu Yanyan couldn't digest the fact for the time being, and was temporarily unwilling to acknowledge the relationship. Yang, I'm sorry. Don't worry, you're godmother and I will try our best to persuade Yanyan. That child might just need some time to come around, Wu Jinshu said, believing that Wu Yanyan was just emotionally upset for now, since she had always been sensible from a young age. As long as she could understand this, it would be fine. Ni Yang gave a faint smile. Godfather, you don't need to apologize. The ones who should apologize are us, we are the ones who wronged Yanyan. No matter how you put it, the one who had been abandoned was Wu Yanyan. It was normal for her to feel aggrieved and angry. After bidding farewell to Wu Jinshu, Ni Yang returned home and recounted the situation to her family. Upon hearing the news, both Mr. and Mrs. Zheng, the elders, looked disappointed and put down the things in their hands. These were gifts they had prepared for Wu Yanyan, originally planning to visit the Wu family today. They hadn't expected Wu Yanyan to refuse to recognize them. Ni Tsuhua sighed deeply, guiltily saying, "It is my fault, I owe that child an apology." Ni Tsuhua felt deep remorse for the child she had not even held once after birth. In the past, she was the one who was useless, the one who failed to protect her own child. She hoped to use the rest of her life to make amends. That's why she had been working so hard, so insistently, to run the spicy strip factory and to make the food business bigger. Now that she had finally found her child, Ni Tsuehua did not want to easily give up. She wanted to make amends to the children with her own ability. "We will go with you," said the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Zheng. Shangguan Dehui picked up his coat. "There's no class this morning at school, I will go with you as well." Ni Yang spoke in a muted tone, trying to dissuade them. "Yanyan is angry right now. Going over will not only be unhelpful but might even make things worse. Regardless, I still want to go see for myself," said Ni Tsuehua, her voice already nearing hoarseness. What if Wu Yanyan accepted her apology? Ni Tsuehua was determined to go, and Ni Yang had no choice but to say, "Then go. But you must prepare yourself mentally." Ni Tsuehua nodded. The elder Zhengs also took large and small packs of gifts and went with her, while Mrs. Shengguan stayed at home to take care of little Ni Yun. Around 9 o'clock, Shengguan she came home. "Why is nobody at home? Grandma, where are my parents? And how is the situation with Yanyan? When are we planning the family reunion?" That would mean Wu Yanyan would be her third sister. From now on, their family would have one more member, and Shengguan she was quite happy about it. Mrs. Shengguan shook her head. "Don't even mention it, you wouldn't think Yanyan has such a temper, but she refuses to acknowledge us." From Mrs. Shengguan's point of view, Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang had been good enough to Wu Yanyan, yet Wu Yanyan seemed to be a bit unaware of her good fortune. Not recognize? Why not? "It's not my parents' fault," Shengguan she frowned slightly. "I remember Yanyan is 17 this year, right?" "Yes, she is 2 years younger than Yang," Mrs. Shengguan confirmed with a nod. Shengguan she continued, "I remember that around this time 2 years ago, Yang already had opened over 10 noodle restaurants and milk tea shops. If they really are sisters, there shouldn't be such a big difference." Being true sisters, Shengguan she couldn't help but compare Wu Yanyan with Ni Yang. Others might not know about Ni Yang's situation, but Shengguan she knew everything clearly. Everything Ni Yang currently owned was earned by herself. She had never relied on anyone. This comparison made Wu Yanyan seem to pale in comparison. Mrs. Shengguan sighed. After all, she was abandoned since she was little. It's normal for her to have grievances in her heart. Perhaps she'll come around after thinking it over for a few days. Let's hope so. Shengguan she shrugged her shoulders and stretched out her hand to little Ni Yun. "Come little Yun, do you want a hug from your sister? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1004, Super Protective of One's Close Ones _3. Okay. Little Ni-yun immediately reached out and hugged Shengguan Zai's neck. Sister Xiaoxi, Yun missed you so much. Little Ni-yun was at an age where she was sweet-tongued, charming everyone she saw, often bringing the family to laughter. As Shengguan she played with little Ni-yun, she asked the Mu family's old lady about Wu Yenyun. So my parents have gone to Yanyun's home now? The Mu family's old lady nodded. Yang told them not to go, but your mom couldn't wait any longer. She said she wanted to go and apologize to Yenyun in person. Did Yang go as well? Shengguan she questioned. Yang didn't go. She had things to do in the city. After saying this, the Mu family's old lady continued, don't just talk about them. What about you? How are things going with Zhuoling? When are you two planning to break up? The Mu family's old lady dreamt of Shengguan she breaking up with Zhuoling. Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhuoling and I are doing great. How could we possibly break up? With such a complex family that favors sons over daughters, you'll regret it someday if you don't break up, the Mu family's old lady declared. Hearing this, Shengguan she smiled, don't worry, Grandma. I have already figured out Zhuoling's family situation. The reason Zhuoling has 7 sisters is not because of preferring sons over daughters, it's because his parents like a bustling household, which led them to have several children. Besides, after Zhuoling, his mother was pregnant again. Shengguan she truly trusted Zhuoling, so she took his words as the absolute truth. How can you be sure Zhuoling isn't deceiving you? The Mu family's old lady looked at Shengguan she. Only Shengguan she would believe such tall tales. How many women in this world would give birth to 8 children just because they like a bustling household? Shengguan she firmly said, no. Zhuoling would never deceive me. The Mu family's old lady sighed again. Xiaoxi, you are too naive. Don't worry, Grandma. I promise you that Zhuoling is not that kind of person. Moreover, Zhuoling has assured me that if we really stay together, it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl, we only want one child. Zhuoling is also very open-minded and can even accept not having children. As she finished speaking, Shengguan she turned to little Ni-yun. Yun, don't you think Sister Xiaoxi is right? Yes. Little Ni-yun nodded vigorously in agreement. You little girl, what do you know? The Mu family's old lady said with a chuckle as she poked little Ni-yun on the forehead. Little Ni-yun earnestly replied, I know. I understand very well. The Mu family's old lady turned serious. Xiaoxi, if you don't trust me, you should at least trust Yang's judgment. Even Yang thinks that Zhuoling is unreliable. Shengguan she nodded, I know, Grandma. Don't worry, I definitely won't be fooled by anyone. Meanwhile, at the Wu family. Yan Erju warmly welcomed Enrich, Shengguan Dehui, and the elder Mr. and Mrs. Zheng. Uncle, aunt, please have some tea. Yan Erju set the tea on the table. Brother-in-law and Tingting, you have some too. Thank you, Sister Erju, Enrich said with tears in her eyes. Sister Erju, may we see Yenyun? Yan Erju nodded. I'll go call her. Please wait a moment. Since the night before, Wu Yenyun had locked herself in her bedroom and had not come out. With the door locked from the inside, Yan Erju had no choice but to knock. Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun. She called out many times without a response. Sighing, Yan Erju spoke softly. Xiaoyun, why are you so stubborn? It wasn't Yang's mom who abandoned you. With such a mother-in-law, she had no choice. She's just as much a victim of fate as your mother. When your grandma wanted to sell you, I was powerless too. Have you forgotten all this? Just as Yan Erju was about to give up, the door opened. Wu Yenyun was no longer as agitated as the day before and spoke calmly. Mom, do you believe everything they say? Since the Mu family's old lady is already dead, there's no one left to verify the truth. They can say whatever they want. Yan Erju replied, Xiaoyun, it's not right to think like that. I don't think Yang Yang's mom is the kind of person who would lie. To abandon one's own child is nothing. What would lying be to her? Wu Yanyan's mouth twisted with sarcasm. She said I was abandoned by the Mu family's old lady. Well, I could also say she abused the Mu family's elderly. What couldn't a person who could abandon their own child be capable of doing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1005, Super Protective _4. What does abuse of the elderly amount to compared to abandoning a child? Yen Erju sighed. Xiao Yun, stop being so stubborn. If Yang Yang's mom really wanted to abandon you, she wouldn't come looking for you now. There's no mother in this world who doesn't love her child. Seeing Wu Yanyan like this made Yen Erju very anxious, and Yang's family had been so good to them, and she didn't want Wu Yanyan to hurt Kuihua's feelings. They say spilled water cannot be regained, and indeed, hearts are the hardest to mend. Some things, once lost, can never be retrieved. On the other hand, Yen Erju also didn't want Wu Yanyan to do something she would regret. Love? Wu Yanyan retorted. How can she throw me away if she loves her child? Isn't it said that a mother should be strong? I think she doesn't deserve to be a mother. Yen Erju continued, Xiao Yun, calm down. Sit down peacefully and talk it out with Yang Yang's mom and listen to what they have to say. Can't you be a bit more flexible? Even if just for mom's sake. Mom did, after all, raise you for 18 years. Are you not even willing to listen to her now? Upon hearing this, Wu Yanyan's expression changed. She didn't want Yen Erju to worry about her anymore. I understand, Mom. Seeing this, Yen Erju breathed a sigh of relief. Then come with me to the living room now. Have they arrived? Wu Yanyan asked. Yes, Yen Erju nodded. Yang Yang's dad, Yang Yang's mom, and your grandparents are all here. Xiao Yun, be good, and don't say those hurtful things anymore. Wu Yanyan didn't respond and turned to walk to the living room. Yen Erju followed Wu Yanyan's steps. When Wu Yanyan emerged, Kuihua's face tensed up. She didn't know what to say. Should she call her child, or should she just call her by her name, Wu Yanyan? The table was piled with many gifts that Enrich and others had brought. Wu Yanyan walked up to the table. With a sweep, she stretched out her hand and swept everything on the table onto the floor, pointing outside and yelling, Leave. Get out of here fast. We don't welcome you people in our home. No one expected Wu Yanyan to react like this, including Yen Erju, who thought Wu Yanyan had calmed down. Xiao Yun. What are you doing? Yen Erju hurried over and scolded loudly, What you are doing is very rude, don't you know? After speaking, Yen Erju immediately apologized to Enrich. I'm sorry, Tingting. Xiao Yun didn't mean to. Before Enrich could respond, Wu Yanyan picked a gift box from the floor and threw it at Enrich. It was intentional. I did it on purpose. Leave. Take these things and get out of my house. Shangguan Dehui frowned slightly, wanting to reprimand Wu Yanyan, but considering Kuihua's position, he suppressed his anger. If he had any blood relation with Wu Yanyan today, he wouldn't stand idly by. Enrich was stunned, tears streaming down. Child, I'm sorry. It's my fault, I know you hate me. But I really didn't do it on purpose, I didn't mean to abandon you. It's just that I was too incapable. Leave. Get out now. More things were hurled at Enrich and the Elder Zheng. A gift box corner hit Elder Zheng's forehead, instantly swelling up. What on earth is wrong with you? Yen Erju stepped forward and slapped Wu Yanyan. They are your elders. You shouldn't act this way, it's offensive. They weren't afraid of divine retribution when they abandoned me, why should I be? Wu Yanyan, covering her left cheek and hysterical, yelled, Leave. Leave. Mom, Dad, Dia, let's go. Shangguan Dehui positioned himself in front of Enrich and her family, guiding them outside. Under these circumstances, Enrich and others had no choice but to leave temporarily. Enrich sighed, her face filled with guilt as she escorted them to the door. Uncle, aunt, sister Tingting, brother-in-law, please don't take today's events to heart. Xiaoyun was just too impulsive. Don't worry, I will certainly teach her a lesson later. Enrich wiped her tears and grasped Enrich's hand. Sister Erju, it's my fault, she's right to hate me, don't blame her. Such is the compassion of all parents worldwide. Enrich's eyes also turned red. Yes, I know. Don't worry, I won't blame her. I will talk to her properly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1006, Super Protective _5. Enrich nodded, thank you, Sister Erju. Of course. Shangguan Dehui had known that the outcome of this visit might not be good, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. Wu Yanyan's reaction had caught him off guard. Previously, he and Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng thought the same, considering Wu Yanyan to be a gentle and honest girl. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Several people got into the car. The expressions of Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng were somewhat grim. They had lost their only daughter for decades. They knew too well the feeling of utter despair and had thought that after their explanation, Wu Yanyan would understand them. But Wu Yanyan didn't even give them a chance to explain and even resorted to violence. No matter what, they were her elders. Even if Wu Yanyan didn't regard them as elders, they were still elderly, and her hitting them was simply wrong. In comparison to Enrich, Wu Yanyan fell far short. To say he was not disappointed would be a lie. But from another perspective, this child was also pitiful. She had lost her mother at a young age and had almost died. Sigh, hopefully, the child can find her way out of this dead end soon. Enrich then said, Dehui, Dad, Mom, let's not tell Yang about what just happened. Knowing Enrich's temperament, if she found out what Wu Yanyan did, she definitely wouldn't let it go. After all, Enrich was a very protective person. Shangguan Dehui didn't say anything. Enrich nudged Shangguan Dehui's arm. Dehui, did you hear me? Shangguan Dehui sighed, I know. Hearing this, Enrich turned to look at Mr. and Mrs. Zheng in the back seat. Dad, Mom, you mustn't tell Yang either. Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng nodded. At the Wu family house. Erju scolded Wu Yanyan severely. Xiaoyun, you really disappointed me today. How could you resort to violence? No matter what, they are your elders. Especially considering Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng's age, did you even think about the consequences before throwing things? Xiaoyun. Murder doesn't even go this far, think about what you've done. After saying this, Erju stopped caring about Su Xiaoyun and turned to walk to her room. Wu Yanyan stood there, reeling. Was she wrong? Really wrong? Did she deserve to be abandoned? Discarded by people and still expected to smile and say it didn't matter, that she didn't care? She is human. Not a toy to be tossed around. Meanwhile, Enrich went to Bingji Yufu to do some accounting. It had been a while since she last did so, and after making the rounds, she reaped a huge profit that she could hardly stuff into her backpack, also carrying 2 plastic bags. As soon as she left the mall, she saw Xiaozhou. Brother Yang, where are you coming from? Xiaozhou greeted him. I went to Bingji Yufu to do some accounting. Did you come to browse the mall? Enrich raised his eyebrows slightly. Yeah. Xiaozhou nodded. By the way, what are you carrying that's so heavy? Money. Enrich didn't conceal it. Xiaozhou unbelievingly said, come on, Brother Yang, don't joke. I'm serious. Who would use 2 broken plastic bags to carry money? If there was really that much money, wouldn't one need to be fully armed and able to walk so boldly on the street? It really is money. Enrich seriously said, I'm actually on my way to deposit it in the bank. Xiaozhou looked at Enrich incredulously. Do you think I look like a fool? Enrich nodded, quite so. With that, Ni Yang handed Xiao Zhou a plastic bag. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Xiao Zhou took the plastic bag. Indeed, just as he had expected. It was quite heavy. As Xiao Zhou carried it, he opened a corner to look inside. His expression changed. Damn! It really was money. Ni Yang hadn't lied to him. Is this money real or fake? Xiao Zhou swallowed hard. Manufacturing and distributing fake currency is illegal. I'm a law-abiding good citizen, Ni Yang spoke lightly. Xiao Zhou immediately envied Ni Yang officially. Damn! He was so good at making money. Even though his detective agency earned a decent amount each day, compared to the speed at which Ni Yang made money, it was merely a drizzle, hardly worth mentioning. Ni Yang looked unfazed, as if accustomed to big scenes. Xiao Zhou then said, "You, a lady, carrying so much money on the street is too unsafe. Let me take you to the bank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1007, Super Protective _6. Ni Yang turned his head to Xiao Zhou. Are you sure you can beat me? Xiao Zhou, that's a personal attack. Though I can't beat you, I can watch the money for you while you're fighting. Let's go, Ni Yang laughed. After the money is deposited, I'll treat you to a meal. Great. Xiao Zhou followed up, but you really trust me to carry the money for you? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. We're all brothers, what's there to fear? The phrase, "we're all brothers," inexplicably made Xiao Zhou very happy. Being trusted by someone felt really good. Big brother Yang, now that you've made so much money, remember to treat me to a big meal. I want to go to Gustianxiang to eat. With a casual wave of his hand, Ni Yang said generously, "Sure, no problem." Do you have a membership card? Asked Xiao Zhou. Yeah, Ni Yang nodded. I not only have a membership card, but I can also give you one. Really? Xiao Zhou was so thrilled he could almost fly. Big brother Yang was true to his name. His connections were too wild. He could even get a membership card to Gustianxiang. The bank staff had already grown accustomed to the sight of Ni Yang using plastic bags to carry money. Thus, whenever Shangguan Su arrived at the bank, the staff would immediately say, "President, your sister has deposited 2 plastic bags and a backpack full of money today." Shangguan Su also greatly admired Ni Yang. She seemed like a fragile young girl incapable of harming a chicken, but her ability to make money was stronger than 10 strong men combined. Ni Yang took Xiao Zhou to Gustianxiang to eat. After eating and returning home, it was already afternoon. Ni Yang asked about the result of Ni Kuihua's visit to the Wu family today. Ni Tsuhua said, "Your second younger sister still holds a grudge and isn't ready to forgive us, but I don't blame her. She's never had a sip of milk since she was a child. If it hadn't been for Sister Urju, she might be dead by now." Ni Yang hugged Ni Tsuehua and comforted her. "Mom, don't be sad. I don't think Yan Yun is the kind of person to stick to her guns. After she calms down in a couple of days, they'll try talking to her. After all, she was her sister born of the same mother, and Ni Yang still had a lot of faith in Wu Yenyun. And before, she and Wu Yenyun got along well, Ni Tsuehua nodded. Shangguan Dehui looked at Ni Yang with hesitation in his expression. "Dad, do you have something to say to me?" "No," Shangguan Dehui shook his head, "I'm just worried. What if Yenyun refuses to forgive us? Would your mother regret it for the rest of her life?" Ni Yang furrowed her brow slightly. "If Yenyun really doesn't want to acknowledge us, then let it be. Rather than making a scene on both sides, it's better to part on good terms. All we need to do is fulfill our duties, leave the rest to fate, and avoid living with regrets." As for Ni Tsuehua, as long as she learned that her second daughter wasn't dead and was living well, that would be enough. No matter what, these mistakes weren't caused by her, and no amount of guilt could change that. Finishing, Ni Yang continued, "But based on what I know about Yenyun, she doesn't seem to be the type to be unreasonable. Ni Young had known Wu Yenyun for almost half a year. In her understanding, Wu Yenyun had always been a kind, simple, and empathetic girl. As long as she was given time to process everything, Ni Young believed she would understand. Shangguan Dehui nodded. Noticing that Shangguan Dehui seemed a bit off, Ni Young said again, "Dad, are you hiding something from me?" She always felt there was something strange about Shangguan Dehui that evening. "And it's not just a little bit." Shangguan Dehui said with a smile, "Look at you, kid, what could I possibly hide from you? There's nothing to worry about, you're overthinking it." "Really?" Ni Young raised an eyebrow slightly. "Dad, we're all family, don't hide anything from me if there's something going on." "Really, there's nothing." Shangguan Dehui repeatedly denied, so Ni Young did not continue to question him and went back to her room to ask Ni Tsuehua, "Mom, is Dad hiding something from me?" "What thing?" Ni Tsuehua felt somewhat baffled. "You don't know?" Ni Tsuehua laughed, "I don't know." Ni Young then said, "Mom, you went to the Wu family today, did something unpleasant happen?" "Not at all," Ni Tsuehua sighed. "If I had to say something, it's just that Yenyun refused to acknowledge us." Ni Young knew they were definitely hiding something from her. "Mom, if there's something going on, you have to tell me. We're a family, and if there's a problem, we should solve it together." Ni Tsuehua nodded, "Mom understands." If Ni Tsuehua wasn't talking, Ni Young could ask all she wanted, but it would be to no avail. Thus, Ni Young could only give up. During dinner, Ni Young noticed that Grandpa Jing's forehead was actually swollen, so she asked, "Grandpa, what happened to your forehead?" Hearing this, Ni Kuihua's brow twitched. She looked at Grandpa Jing somewhat nervously. Grandpa Jing touched his forehead, smiling and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I was planting flowers this morning and accidentally got hit by a hoe. It will subside in a little bit." Getting injured by a hoe while working was quite normal, so Ni Young didn't think much of it. "Be more careful when you work, Grandpa. I'll get you some medicine later to help with the circulation and bruising." "No need, it's a small matter," Grandpa Jing said, unconcerned. Because of Wu Yanyun's situation, Shangguan Su also came back tonight. He had even prepared a gift for his new sister, only to find she hadn't come back at all. The next morning, Ni Young went out for a run, and Shangguan Shi went to work with her bag. Just as she arrived at the corner, waiting for the bus, a luxurious sedan pulled up in front of Shangguan Shi. The window rolled down, revealing a handsome face. "Hello, Shangguan Xiaoxi." Seeing who it was, Shangguan Shi was amused. "Wu Chenjun, when did you get back?" The person was Wu Chenjun, who had grown up with Shangguan Shi since childhood. The last time, Grandma Zhang had even talked about matchmaking Shangguan Shi with Wu Chenjun. But Shangguan Shi and Wu Chenjun were far too familiar with each other. Having seen each other in split pants as kids, there was simply no spark, so Shangguan Shi refused. After graduating from high school, Wu Chenjun had spent a few years abroad, so he was dressed very fashionably and sometimes even burst out with a few sentences in English. "I came back a week ago." "Shangguan Xiaoxi, you don't care about me at all. You didn't even know when I came back. As soon as I got back, my grandma told me that your whole family had moved to the middle of nowhere, and I couldn't believe it was true." Shangguan Shi slapped Wu Chenjun on the back. "What do you mean by the middle of nowhere? Let me tell you, this place is great. The mountains are green, the water is clear, and the birds sing beautifully." Although she had only moved to Jinghua village a few months ago, Shangguan Shi had completely fallen in love with the place. Wu Chenjun brushed off Shangguan Zai's hand. "Where are you heading? Let me give you a lift. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1008, Eyesight is poor. Shangguan Shi pulled open the car door without any courtesy. "I have to go to work, just on Goldie Road." "Got it." Wu Chenjun sat up straight. "Fasten your seatbelt." Shangguan Shi quickly buckled up. "Let's go." Wu Chenjun turned his head to look at Shangguan Shi. I heard from my grandma that you've got a boyfriend. Yes, Shang Guanxi nodded, and you're not getting any younger. Haven't you thought about finding a girlfriend? Wu Qinjun laughed with self-admiration. Someone as outstanding as me is simply too much for the average girl. Heh, Shang Guanxi said speechlessly, after all these years, your skin seems to have gotten thicker, comparable to the corner of a city wall. I'm serious. Wu Qinjun added, Shang Guanxiaoxi, I hear your family isn't too happy with your boyfriend. You know about that? Shang Guanxi was surprised. Wu Qinjun kept his hands on the steering wheel. You underestimate me. Is there anything in Suzhou City that I don't know? Wu Qinjun was a smooth operator and had a way with his peers. All he had to do was lift a finger to find out what he wanted to know. Starting to boast again, Shang Guanxi continued, actually, my boyfriend is really nice, but my family has some misunderstandings about him. Wu Qinjun kept his eyes straight ahead. Sometimes you can't tell by appearances. Shang Guanxiaoxi, you've always been a little naive. Be careful not to be deceived by people with ulterior motives. Wu Qinjun knew Shang Guanxi all too well. She was beautiful but unfortunately not quite emotionally savvy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed single for so many years. That's not going to happen, Shang Guanxi laughed. Zuoling isn't that kind of person. Zuoling? Wu Qinjun said, that's your boyfriend's name. Yeah, Shang Guanxi nodded. Wu Qinjun continued, elders have seen and experienced more than us. Their life experiences are more abundant. If your whole family says Zuoling isn't good enough, then he might really have a problem. Shang Guanxiaoxi, this is a serious matter. I hope you'll take it seriously. It's about being responsible to yourself and your family as well. Shang Guanxi was not only lacking in emotional intelligence but also very naive, easy to be deceived by men. Shang Guanxi teased, tisk tsk, such grand principles. Wu Lao San, spending time abroad has changed you. It seems it's a great opportunity to develop oneself. The old Wu Qinjun used to be irresponsible, never this serious. Call me third brother. Show some respect. Wu Qinjun tapped Shang Guanxi's head and said with seriousness, Shang Guanxiaoxi, if Zuoling ever dares to bully you, tell me, and I'll beat him up for you. Shang Guanxi looked down, fiddling with the zipper of her down jacket. Don't worry, that day will never come. Zuoling was a gentleman. He would never do something like mistreating a woman. It seemed that Shang Guanxi was truly in love with that Zuoling. Wu Qinjun sighed softly, changing the subject. How is your stepmother treating you? What stepmother? That sounds so harsh. My mom treats me better than her own daughter. Shang Guanxi said. Really? Wu Qinjun expressed skepticism. Shang Guanxi nodded, really, my mom is really good to me. Otherwise, do you think I would have come here with my dad? I'm not a 3-year-old girl. That's good to hear, Wu Qinjun breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the car arrived at Goldie Road. Wu Qinjun, with gentlemanly grace, went around to the passenger side to open the door for Shang Guanxi. Thanks, Wu Lao San. Yo, Shang Guanxiaoxi, when did you become so polite? Wu Qinjun habitually fastened her scarf. Wu Lao San, haven't you heard of not getting too close to the opposite gender? Shang Guanxi took a step back. Wu Qinjun's expression stiffened for a few seconds, then returned to normal, smiling. Shang Guanxiaoxi, look at yourself. Where do you even look like a woman? Still talking about not getting close to the opposite gender. After he finished speaking, he stepped over, hooked his arm around Shang Guanxi's neck, and patted her head, talking about not getting close to the opposite gender. We knew each other back when we were still wearing split pants. Don't give me that nonsense. Shang Guanxi, being a girl, didn't have the strength to match Wu Qinjun. Wrapped tightly in his hold, she couldn't move an inch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1009, Poor Eyesight _2. Wu Qinjun, let go of me. You're practically choking me to death. Wu Qinjun held tightly onto her neck, a faint fragrance lingering around his nose. If he paid attention, he'd notice it was the scent of roses. Will you stop saying men and women shouldn't get too close now? I won't say it anymore, I promise I'll never say it again. Swear it. Wu Chenjun persisted. All right, I swear. Shangguan, she held up 3 fingers. Only then did Wu Chenjun let her go. Fine, young master will forgive you this once. You're so annoying. Shangguan, she rolled her eyes at Wu Chenjun. You've messed up my hair. Wu Chenjun walked up to Shangguan Shi and stopped, leaning in to straighten her hair. If it's messed up, just fix it, right? Shangguan's eyes darted around, and seizing the opportunity, she stamped hard on Wu Chenjun's foot and then swiftly ran towards the workplace. Wu Chenjun watched her retreating back, whistling with a somewhat spoilt young master's air. Just then, Zhuo Ling ran over from the other side and, seeing Shangguan's eyes back, called out with a laugh, Xiaoxi, wait for me. Hearing Zhuo Ling's voice, Shangguan, she waved with a smile, Zhuo Ling, this way. Zhuo Ling? Is this Shangguan Zai's boyfriend? Wu Chenjun narrowed his eyes, his left hand in his pocket, somewhat baffled why Shangguan she had taken a liking to such a guy. Poor eyesight. It seemed Shangguan she might need a pair of glasses. Wu Chenjun, slightly irritated, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. At that moment, Zhuo Ling glanced back at Wu Chenjun. Xiaoxi, you know that comrade? Shangguan, she looked back at Wu Chenjun and nodded. He's a friend who grew up with me. Zhuo Ling expressed his surprise. I saw him driving a car. If Shangguan Zai's friend was this wealthy, did it mean Shangguan Zai's family was also wealthy? Was everything he had seen at Shangguan Zai's house last time real? Shangguan, she smiled and said, he won the jackpot in the lottery before, and now he's already living in a villa. Really? Can you actually win the lottery? In the 80s, lotteries had just started, and most people didn't believe you could actually win. It's true. Shangguan, she nodded her head. Besides winning the lottery, she had no better reason. How much did he win? Zhuo Ling continued to ask. It must be quite a lot, Shangguan, she said. He's living in a villa, at any rate, he's certainly richer than us. Making money from buying lottery tickets, his luck is too good. Zhuo Ling looked enviously at Wu Chenjun as he drove away. When could he also live in a villa and drive a car? Based on his current salary, that seemed a bit difficult. Life is so unfair. Some people work hard and still have no car or villa, while others do nothing and drive off in cars. Maybe after work, he should also buy a lottery ticket? Let's not talk about this, we should hurry inside. Oh, did you have breakfast? Zhuo Ling, his mind on the lottery, didn't even hear Shangguan Zai's words and responded absently, got it. What do you mean got it? Shangguan, she said exasperatedly. I'm asking if you had breakfast? If not, shall I accompany you to the canteen? Oh. Zhuo Ling finally caught on, I've eaten. I'm heading back to the office. In fact, Zhuo Ling hadn't had breakfast at all. Now with thoughts of buying a lottery ticket, how could he even think of eating? Shangguan, she also headed in the direction of the workshop. School had a test today, so Ni Yang took a trip there, and incidentally brought Bing Ji Yu Fu for Zhang Qiuying. Thank you so much, Yang Yang. Zhang Qiuying took out some money and handed it to Ni Yang. Ni Yang smiled as she handed the 10 yuan back to Zhang Qiuying. We're all classmates, let's just call it an even number. One set of Bing Ji Yu Fu cost 210 yuan, but Ni Yang only charged 200 yuan. Zhang Qiuying refused. Oh, no need, you bought this with money. You can't be at a loss. It's okay, I'm very familiar with the owner of Bing Ji Yu Fu, what's 10 yuan less? Then I'll not stand on ceremony. Seeing that Ni Yang wasn't just being polite, Zhang Qiuying accepted the 10 yuan. Presently, Li Huilan excitedly ran in from outside. It's snowing. It's snowing outside. Really? Ni Yang looked back in surprise. Really? Li Huilan said, I just came back from outside. It's snowing heavily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:10, Poor Vision _3. I'm going to check out the corridor outside, Yang said as she arrived at the hallway, and outside, it really was snowing. The big, flaky snow and willow catkin-like snowflakes were floating down from mid-air, piling a thin white layer on the ground. The snowy weather always seemed to put everyone in a wonderful mood. Yang turned to look back at the dormitory. Huilan, Choying, let's go out for hot pot tonight? Ill treat. Sure. Zhang Choying raised both hands in agreement. Li Huilan also expressed her approval. After the evening test, Yang took her two roommates out for hot pot. As the three of them stepped out of the school gate, they saw a black sedan parked outside. In those times, when sedans were not as common as in the future, they stood out significantly. Just then, the car door opened, and a tall man emerged, unfolding an umbrella as he stepped out. With one hand holding the umbrella and the other in his pocket, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his chiseled face bore no particular expression. He seemed to embody the snow and wind, and the aura of aloofness and prestige emanated from his every move. Against his backdrop, the snowy scenery and people behind him became lifeless props. Li Huilan and Zhang Choying were both stunned. He was incredibly handsome. Brother Imo, Yang's eyes lit up at the sight of the newcomer. Yang, Imo Qishan strode toward her. Seeing this, Li Huilan and Zhang Choying exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Aren't you cold? Imo Qishan casually pulled Yang's hand into the pocket of his trench coat. Not cold, Yang shook her head. Oh, let me introduce you, Brother Imo. These are my roommates, Zhang Choying and Li Huilan. With that said, Yang continued, Huilan, Choying, this is my boyfriend Imo Qishan. So he's her boyfriend. No wonder he's so handsome. And they're such a perfect match. Hello, I'm Zhang Choying. I am Li Huilan. Imo Qishan nodded slightly. Hello, I appreciate how you've taken care of Yang these past days. At this, Zhang Choying and Li Huilan felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that they took care of Yang, but rather she took care of them. Yang's boyfriend sure knew how to speak well. After a moment, Imo Qishan looked at Yang. Where were you all heading? Let me give you a lift. We were thinking of going out for hot pot, Yang nodded. Get in the car then, Imo Qishan turned and opened the door. Yang sat in the passenger seat while Li Huilan and Zhang Choying took the rear. What do you think about Yang's boyfriend? Zhang Choying nudged Li Huilan's arm and asked in a low voice. I think he's really good, Li Huilan replied. Zhang Choying nodded. I think he's really good too. Ah. I didn't expect Yang to have a boyfriend. It makes me want to start dating too. But the boys in our school, not one catches my eye. Zhang Choying preferred someone more mature, handsome, and charming. Li Huilan continued, Yang's boyfriend must be rich, right? Their family couldn't even afford a bicycle, and here Imo Qishan had a car. It was incomparable. Do you know how much this car costs? Zhang Choying asked. Li Huilan thought for a moment, maybe 10 or 20,000 yuan. Zhang Choying laughed, 10 or 20,000 yuan. That would only get you a wheel. My dad also wanted to buy this car, but it was too expensive, so he gave up and bought a car for 30,000 yuan instead. So how much does this car cost? 80 or 90,000 yuan? What kind of amount was 80 or 90,000 yuan? Based on current wages, you couldn't save that amount even if you didn't spend a cent for 70 or 80 years. 80 or 90,000 yuan would get you 4 wheels, said Zhang Choying. What? Li Huilan's mouth fell open, clearly hampered by her poverty. Zhang Choying went on, this car is imported from Y country and it costs 270,000 yuan after taxes, 270,000 yuan? Li Huilan's face was full of shock, and her look towards Ni Yang and Mo Chishan changed completely. Zhang Qiuying thought her family was well off. After all, they owned a sedan. But in front of Mo Chishan, their wealth was insignificant, not even worth mentioning compared to his. Beijing truly was Beijing City, rightly the imperial city of old. So what do you think he does? Li Huilan asked curiously. Zhang Qiuying replied, judging by his accent, he must be a local from Beijing. As for what he does, I'm not sure, but one thing is clear. What? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-11, Poor Vision _4. Definitely an office worker, you can tell by the way he dresses. Li Huilan nodded, I think you're absolutely right. Qiuying continued, when I first came to Beijing for school, my mom told me it's best to find a boyfriend from Beijing because they are well off. Huilan, if you're looking for a boyfriend, you definitely have to find someone from Beijing. Upon hearing this, Li Huilan bashfully lowered her head, I already have someone I like. Who? Qiuying curiously asked, someone from our school? Li Huilan shook her head, no, he's from the university next door in Beijing. Oh, Qiuying nodded, have you confessed your feelings to him yet? Li Huilan blushed, oh my, let's not talk about that. The car was fast, and they soon arrived at the Hot Pot restaurant. The Hot Pot restaurant was located in the bustling city center, and as it happened to be a snowy day, the place was very lively. The shopkeeper knew Mo Chishan and greeted him enthusiastically, Mr. Mo, you're here. Please, come this way. The shopkeeper led them to a private room on the 3rd floor. The private room was elegantly decorated. After they were seated, Ni Yen handed the menu to Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuying. Huilan, Qiuying, my boyfriend is treating today, so don't be polite with him. Qiuying smiled, since it's my brother-in-law treating, we won't hold back then. Qiuying, a year older than Ni Yen, and Li Huilan, also older due to starting school late. Don't be polite with him, Ni Yen joked, try to eat him out of bankruptcy. Though they were told not to be polite, Qiuying and Li Huilan still ordered conservatively, mainly avoiding the expensive items. They were not the type to lack manners. After they ordered, Ni Yen took the menu and added several meat dishes and also ordered drinks. Initially, because Mo Chishan was there, Qiuying and Li Huilan were somewhat reserved, but as they ate, they loosened up. On a cold day, having a bite of hot and oily spicy beef that makes your nose sweat, followed by a sip of pear soda. The feeling was incredibly refreshing. After finishing the hot pot, Mo Chishan escorted them back to their dormitory. Qiuying let out a hearty burp without worrying about her image. Thank you so much for the generous treat, brother-in-law. You're welcome. In front of others, Mo Chishan always spoke sparingly. Yang, well, head back first then, Qiuying said as she pulled Li Huilan towards the dormitory. Ni Yen was not staying in the dormitory that night, so she got into the car with Mo Chishan. Yang, do you have an exam tomorrow? Yeah, Ni Yen nodded as she fastened her seatbelt. Then I will pick you up tomorrow morning, Mo Chishan said. Tomorrow? Ni Yang asked in surprise, aren't you supposed to go to see City tomorrow? I will drop you off at school before I go. All right then, thanks for the trouble, Mr. Mo. I'm going to all this trouble, shouldn't you reward me, wife? Mo Chishan turned and looked at Ni Yang. He had been restraining himself because Qiuying and Li Huilan were there. A man's small requests sometimes need to be satisfied. Ni Yang leaned over and kissed Mo Chishan on the cheek. His cheek was as cold as the falling snow outside, cold as ice. Just then, Mo Chishan suddenly turned around, their lips met, and her wrist with a watch firmly held the back of her head. Look at the road. The sound of the brakes echoed, and the black car stopped at the side of the road. Fortunately, it kept snowing, and the road wasn't icy, otherwise, Mo would have definitely turned the car over. After a while, the car started up again. Ni Yen straightened her messy hair and looked back at Mo Chishan. You are not allowed to do that again. Do you know how dangerous that was? What am I not allowed to do? Mo Chishan raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you think? Playing dumb, Mo Chishan said. How would I know, wife? Why don't you demonstrate it again to help jog my memory? Ni Young stretched out a hand and firmly twisted Mo Chishan's ear. She did not hold back at all, causing Mo Chishan's ear to turn red instantly. Ancestor, I was wrong. Are you going to be cheeky again? Ni Yen raised an eyebrow. No more. Really? More real than real gold. Then I'll let it slide this time. Ni Yen withdrew her hand, satisfied. On the way back, the car was driven slowly. What was normally a 30-minute drive to Jinghua village took Mo Chishan an entire hour, and they still hadn't arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-12, Poor Vision _5. But Ni Young wasn't in a hurry. There were no electronic devices to pass the time in this era, and going back too early wouldn't matter anyway. Plus, sitting in the car and looking at the snow outside felt particularly romantic. By the way, Yang, have we recognized our second sister? Mo Chishan asked. Not yet. Ni Young shook her head and continued. The day before yesterday, my parents and both grandparents went to the Wu family's place, but Yenyun is very resistant to this matter. She's unwilling to acknowledge us. I plan to find a time to talk with her. Mo Chishan kept his gaze fixed ahead, as if the result didn't surprise him. If we really can't recognize her, then let's not, Mo Chishan went on. Some people just like to exaggerate everything. They never understand what contentment means. Ni Young, as the elder sister, had already done enough. She didn't owe Wu Yenyun anything. More importantly, Mo Chishan didn't have a very high opinion of Wu Yenyun. Although she and Ni Young were sisters, there was no comparability between them. Ni Young said, Yenyun just can't accept the reality for the time being. She probably won't blow things out of proportion. Mo Chishan turned his eyes to Ni Young. As an abandoned infant, it's natural for Wu Yenyun to harbor hatred. After all, she was the one who got thrown away. We don't know what she's been through over the years. But she shouldn't be unreasonable and cling to the issue after understanding the whole story. After all, in this matter, Ni Tsuehua was also a victim. In that environment, Ni Tsuehua had no way to resist. Moreover, throughout this period, Ni Young had been very good to the Wu family. She rented out her own house for the Wu family to live in, lent money to Wu family's parents to start a business. Without Ni Young, would the Wu family have their current situation? Would Wu Yenyun? Wu Yenyun was completely brainless. Ni Young sighed. Mo Chishan continued, did she show a bad attitude to your grandparents the day before yesterday? I'm not very clear about that, Ni Young followed up, but I don't think so. After all, the grandparents have nothing to do with this matter. Their willingness to visit shows that they care about her. Yenyun isn't the type to act thoughtlessly. It was understandable for Wu Yenyun to hate Ni Tsuehua. After all, Ni Tsuehua was her birth mother. However, if she also hated grandfather Zheng and grandmother Zheng, she would be completely unjustified. After all, grandfather Zheng and grandmother Zheng had only just found their birth daughter, and the hurt they suffered was no less than that of Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun was aware of that part of the past, so Ni Young believed that Yenyun wouldn't vent her anger on the elderly couple. Mo Chishan went on, I think the possibility is very high. Ni Young raised her eyebrows slightly. Mo Chishan spoke softly with his thin lips, maybe it's a case of as the heart is, so is the countenance. Actually, I find Wu Yenyun a bit disagreeable. Wu Yenyun had a toughness about her that Ni Young lacked. Hey, Ni Young patted Mo Chishan's shoulder, that's my second sister you're talking about. Mo Chishan touched his chin, Yang, I think you should prepare yourself mentally in advance. This second sister may let you down. What nonsense. Ni Young twisted Mo Chishan's ear, Yenyun isn't like that at all. Mo Chishan immediately begged for mercy, alright. I won't say it. I'll just stop. Before long, the car stopped at the entrance of the Ni family's courtyard. Mo Chishan opened the car door, holding up an umbrella. Yang, we have arrived. Ni Yang leaned out to get off the car. Mo Chishan handed the umbrella to Ni Yang. You should go inside quickly, it's late, I won't come in. Ni Yang nodded. Mo go, then you be careful driving back. I know, it's really cold outside, you should go inside quickly. Mo Chishan waved his hand. Ni Yang stood there without moving. I'll watch you drive off before I go in. In the past, it was always Mo Chishan watching her, now it was her turn to watch him. Mo Chishan rubbed Ni Yang's head helplessly. I'm leaving now. Get to bed early tonight. Ni Yang nodded. It was only after watching the car disappear into the snowy night that Ni Yang turned and walked towards the house. Perhaps because of what Mo Chishan had said, after taking a bath, Ni Yang carried 2 cups of milk to Grandmother Zheng's room. Grandpa and Grandma, you haven't slept yet? Grandmother Zheng pointed at the television. This TV show is really interesting, we're going to sleep after this episode ends. The television was broadcasting Yang Jia Jiang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1013, Poor Eyesight _6. Ni Yang handed milk to both Elder Zheng and Elder Mrs. Zheng. Drinking a glass of milk before bed helps with sleep. As she finished, Ni Yang added, by the way, Grandpa and Grandma, how was Yanyan's attitude when you visited her the day before yesterday? Was she angry with you too? Elder Mrs. Zheng evaded the serious issue and lightly responded, she was abandoned at birth, so it's normal for her to be angry. Ni Yang raised her brows slightly. Did she really give you a cold look? No. Elder Mrs. Zheng shook her head in denial. Your godmother was very warm to us. Yanyan didn't give us a cold look, it's just that her attitude towards your mom wasn't very good. Oh, is that so? Ni Yang sighed in relief. It seemed the situation wasn't as complicated as Mo Chishan had described. She knew that Wu Yanyan was not the kind of person to be unreasonable. Yang, when are you planning to have a chat with Yanyan? Elder Mrs. Zheng continued to ask. Ni Yang had always had a good relationship with Wu Yanyan, and since Ni Yang had helped her before, Elder Mrs. Zheng thought that once Wu Yanyan had calmed down, she would probably be somewhat receptive to what Ni Yang had to say, right? Ni Yang said, I'll go over when the winter break starts. Yanyan is just in her senior year this year, which is a critical time, and going now might distract her. By then, Yanyan would probably have calmed down a lot. And it was only a few days until the winter break started. Elder Mrs. Zheng nodded her head. On the other side, in the Yihua University dormitory, Li Muzi saw Zhang Qiuying had switched skincare products and curiously asked, Zhang Qiuying, is this the ice skin jade face that Ni Yang brought you? Yes, Zhang Qiuying nodded. Li Muzi continued, how much is this? It's domestically produced, and it doesn't look that great. 210 yuan, Zhang Qiuying answered. 210. That's so expensive. A sharp scream suddenly rang out from beside them. Zhang Qiuying, you've been tricked by Ni Yang. How can this skincare be worth 200 yuan? The skincare my mom buys in M country isn't even that expensive, 210 yuan. It was absolutely shocking. The person who spoke was Zhou Ling, Li Muzi, and Wang Lisha were usually in sync, either sarcastic in their speech or acting high and mighty, socializing based on wealth, which was why Zhang Qiuying was indifferent towards them. Only someone who hasn't seen the world would make such a fuss. Although their family didn't have a lot of money, they wouldn't bat an eye at a skincare product worth 200 yuan. Wang Lisha appeared out of nowhere. Zhou Ling and Muzi aren't lying. I've already asked someone to inquire back home, and everyone says they've never heard of the Ice Skin Jade Face brand. Zhang Qiuying, I'm giving you friendly advice here, better not use these dubious products, beware of ruining your face. Wang Lisha came from a prosperous city, and her family had a certain influence there. She had already called home to ask, and no one knew of the Ice Skin Jade Face brand. You're the one who's going to ruin your face. Zhang Qiuying continued applying the product on her face. Zhang Qiuying trusted Ni Yang deeply. She knew Ni Yang would not deceive her. Holding her arms, Wang Lisha said, I'm just giving you friendly advice. After all, we share a dorm room. Since you won't listen, then you can't blame me. Keep your false concern to yourself, I don't need it. Seeing how Zhang Qiuying was unappreciative, Wang Lisha snorted coldly and turned to leave. Li Muzi hurriedly followed her. Lisha, don't stoop to her level. She'll be the one regretting it later. Exactly. She's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, ungrateful. Zhou Ling chimed in with agreement. Wang Lisha's words didn't affect Zhang Qiuying at all. She earnestly applied the product on her face before climbing into bed to sleep. The next day, as soon as Ni Yang came downstairs, she saw Mo Qishan sitting in the living room having breakfast, looking as calm and composed as if the Ni family's home was his own. Brother Mo, why are you so early? Lowering his voice, Mo Qishan said, the earlier I come, the more I get to see you. His voice was naturally deep, and when lowered, it carried an indescribable magnetism, especially pleasing to the ear. This man was simply too good at flirting. Ni Yang pinched his face and said, have you no shame? Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from upstairs. Ni Yang, without a blush or a skipped beat, let go and walked to the kitchen to serve the rice. Sixth brother has arrived. The newcomer was elder Lady Shengguan. Good morning, Grandma. Good morning. After breakfast, Mo Qishan drove Ni Yang to school. Snow had fallen all night, and the outside world looked stunningly beautiful, as if cloaked in silver. When getting out of the car, Mo Qishan took off his scarf and carefully tied it around Ni Yang's neck. Wife, wait for me to come back. The soft scarf carried a faint scent of tobacco. Ni Yang nodded. Okay, brother Mo, I wish you all the best. Wu Yanyan stayed home bored for a day and went to school the next day. After 2 days of snow, the roadside was piled with a layer of snow. It was then that she saw a familiar figure. Amid the icy snowscape, he walked forward in a thin robe, holding Buddha beads in his hand, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. This man was none other than Grandpa Du. Seeing Grandpa Du, Wu Yanyan felt the accumulation of melancholy in her heart sweep away. Just as she was about to go over and greet him, she suddenly saw a middle-aged man in tattered clothes kneeling by the roadside begging. It was so bitterly cold, and he looked so pitiful that Wu Yanyan took 50 cents out of her pocket and gave it to him. Uncle, go buy a bowl of noodles. The middle-aged man gratefully said, Thank you. Thank you, young comrade. You're such a good person. Wu Yanyan smiled, then turned her head to look in Grandpa Du's direction, the smile freezing on her lips. Who was that standing beside Grandpa Du? Ni Yang? What was she doing here? 3 or 4 days had passed, and Ni Yang had neither shown up nor contacted her. She thought Ni Yang must have been really busy, but it turned out Ni Yang was just busy chatting with someone else. Ni Yang had already known they were sisters, but she kept it a secret. After the truth came out, Ni Yang even suggested becoming sworn kin. So this was her dear sister. Ni Yang was probably worried that she'd fight over the family fortune, but was she that kind of person? Even if the Ni family's wealth were put before her, she wouldn't glance at it twice. Wu Yanyan clenched her fists tight and walked away in the opposite direction. Ni Yang glanced that way, frowning slightly. She called out, Yanyan. Hearing Ni Yang's voice, Wu Yanyan ran faster. There was an alley nearby, and she quickly turned into it, her voice disappearing down the alley. Did I mistake her for someone else? Ni Yang scratched her head. Grandpa Du also glanced in that direction. Who did you see? Ni Yang explained, my sister, Wu Yanyan. Did you just see her? Grandpa Du couldn't even remember what Wu Yanyan looked like. Even if he had seen her, he wouldn't recognize her. Twirling his Buddha beads, he said, you probably got it wrong. If it really was her, she wouldn't have had no reaction to your call. That's true. Ni Yang retracted her gaze and continued, it's so cold, aren't you freezing with so little on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:14, Tit for Tat in the Winter Cold. N.I. Young, even clad in a thick down jacket, felt cold. However, Grandfather Du still wore that same old-fashioned long robe, stepping around in a pair of cloth shoes. I was born with a cold constitution. I fear neither cold nor heat, Grandfather Du stated indifferently. N.I. Young nodded, as if she had just remembered something. Oh, right, I think I've heard you say that before. Back in summer at the airport, when they were seeing Immerse off, N.I. Young had even joked that Grandfather Du's physique was ideal for medical experiments. Why are you alone? Where's Peiji? Grandfather Du twisted his Buddha beads, continuing to inquire. He's gone to see City, N.I. Young replied. Grandfather Du nodded slightly. As he passed the middle-aged man begging for alms, he instinctively reached for a banknote from his person to throw into the bowl. But just as he was about to toss it, a pale hand blocked his. Don't give it to him. The middle-aged beggar was stunned, having thought he was about to score a small fortune today, only to have someone block his money-making path. This young girl was just too cruel. Not giving money was one thing, but to prevent others from giving. Couldn't she see how pitiful he was? Compared to the comrade who had just readily parted with 50 cents, she was far worse. The middle-aged man's face looked unpleasant. Grandfather Du looked up. The owner of the hand was N.I. Young, his face showing bewilderment, as he knew that N.I. Young was not someone without compassion. He's a professional beggar, N.I. Young explained. A professional beggar? Grandfather Du was somewhat puzzled. N.I. Young continued, simply put, someone who lives off begging. Don't think he looks pitiable now. When it comes time to clock out, his food and drink, his clothes and housing are all better than anyone else's. Though poor, he held firm to his pride. True paupers would not beg. It was the 80s, China's economy was thriving. As long as one had strength and wasn't disabled, basically no one would starve to death. In the future, professional beggars could be seen almost everywhere, in subways, in malls. Some professional beggars were worth millions, owning dozens of apartments in the city. This middle-aged man could be considered a pioneer among professional beggars. How can you tell that he is a professional beggar? Grandfather Du asked. N.I. Yang's tone was indifferent, not afraid of being overheard by the kneeling professional beggar. Look at how physically strong he is. He doesn't seem disabled at all. Since he's not disabled and in the prime of life, why can't he earn money with his own labor? The rice shop ahead offers 3 cents for carrying a sack of rice, and they hire year-round. Moreover, I've observed that regardless of wind or rain, he never misses a day. Such people exploit the sympathy of others for personal gain and satisfaction, and they truly don't deserve compassion. That's enough to conclude he's a professional beggar? Grandfather Du asked, still twisting his Buddha beads. Of course there's more. N.I. Yang's eyes were clear and voice was soft. Even though he seems thin, his features are bright and animated. True beggars, due to constant inadequate nutrition, should appear thin and pale. Does he look like someone who can't get enough to eat to you? On hearing this, the middle-aged man on the ground broke into a cold sweat. He had been begging here for so long and it was the first time someone had exposed him, and the person was a young girl, barely 18 or 19 years old. The feeling was indeed, it seemed he needed to find a new spot. The middle-aged man glanced up at N.I. Young, then got up and ran away in an embarrassing manner. Watching the middle-aged man's retreating figure, a smile appeared on N.I. Yang's face, her dimples showing lightly. See, he fled in panic. Smiles are contagious. A slight curve also appeared on Grandfather Du's lips, like a flower blooming in the icy snow, ushering in a rebirth of all things. Wu Yenyun had not gone far. Instead, she hid behind an alley and watched. Because she was too far away, she couldn't clearly hear what they were saying, but she saw N.I. Yang stopping Grandfather Du from giving money very clearly. What was N.I. Yang doing? Was it intentional? Had she actually seen her already? Just because she had given the beggar 50 cents, Should Ni Young prevent Grandfather Du from giving money? It was one thing not to give money, but she actually drove away the poor beggar. Why did she do that? That was just too much. Wu Yanyan bit her lip tightly, staring angrily at the back of Ni Young. It's already noon, have you eaten? Ni Young pulled out a wristwatch from her pocket, looked at the time, and asked Grandfather Du if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-15, Tit for Tat _2. No, Grandpa Du shook his head. With the idea of caring for the elderly who live alone in mind, and recalling Imo Kishin's advice, Ni Young continued, then let's go have dinner together, I haven't eaten either. Okay. Grandpa Du originally thought Ni Young would take him somewhere fancy, but instead, she took him to an unknown food street. In the cold weather, the food street was bustling with people and the scents of various foods mingled together. It was quite fragrant, but for someone like Grandpa Du who was accustomed to high-end hotels, it was somewhat uncomfortable, mainly because such roadside stalls couldn't possibly be very clean. Grandpa Du glanced at Ni Young and saw no sign of disgust in her eyes. This person really isn't picky. In fact, Ni Young wasn't particular about food at all. She could be seen in high-end Western restaurants elegantly eating steak or sitting at a roadside stall eating spicy hot soup without any care for her image. As long as it tastes good, what's the fuss about? If you're always worried about this and that in life, what's the fun in that? Sit down. Ni Young led Grandpa Du to a wonton stall and sat down. Don't be fooled by the simplicity of this stall, it's actually quite tasty. Technology is advancing, and the times are progressing. In the past, wontons were only available in Guangguan, but now, as more people start businesses, Beijing's delicacies have also increased. Grandpa Du leaned forward and sat opposite Ni Young, placing the Buddha beads on the table and taking out a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping the bowls and chopsticks. Ni Young raised her eyebrows slightly. This person is quite particular. Eating at a roadside stall and still worrying about hygiene? Boss, give me a bowl of chicken soup wontons. As she spoke, Ni Young looked at Grandpa Du. What would you like? They have rice noodle rolls here as well. The same as you. Grandpa Du glanced down. Okay. Ni Young nodded and told the shopkeeper, then we'll have 2 portions of chicken soup wontons, and also 1 spicy duck head and 1 gizzard, that's all. Alright, just a moment. Soon, the wontons and braised duck head were served. Ni Young grabbed a duck head immediately. I'm starting, don't be shy. First, she took a bite of the spicy duck head, letting the spicy and fresh taste fill her mouth, then followed it with a sip of delicious chicken soup. It was incredibly satisfying. Seeing Ni Young's satisfied expression, Grandpa Du also picked up a duck head and took a bite. Although the taste wasn't as exquisite as that of the fancy places, it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Try the gizzard too, it's also pretty good. Ni Young finished a duck head and shifted her attention to the gizzards. They gradually felt warm while eating. Ni Young took off her scarf and looked at Grandpa Du whose forehead had no trace of sweat, envying his physique. After finishing their meal and leaving the food street, Ni Young said, how was it? The taste of the roadside stall isn't bad, right? Much better than I imagined. Grandpa Du fiddled with his Buddha beads. Is this your first time eating at a roadside stall? Ni Young was somewhat surprised. Grandpa Du gave a slight nod. Ni Young raised her eyebrows slightly. Then you really are out of touch. Out of touch? Is that used to describe men? Grandpa Du smiled. You have a way with compliments. As they walked and talked, just then, a little boy holding a snowball ran towards them, laughing as he tried to dodge an attack from a playmate. Kids really don't watch where they're going, and just as he was about to run into Ni Young, before Grandpa Du could react, Ni Young quickly steadied the little boy. Slow down, be careful. The little boy looked up. Wow. This sister is so beautiful. His face instantly blushed. Thank you, sister, and then he ran off quickly. Watching the little boy's retreating figure, Ni Young smiled and said, kids are great, carefree. Grandpa Du nodded slightly, then asked, if you had the chance, would you want to go back to being 5 or 6 years old? My childhood wasn't carefree, and Yang smiled with a twinkle in her eye. A poor family's child has to mature early. She had to help with chores at the age of 5 or 6, and if she didn't do them well, she'd get beaten. There was no such thing as a carefree childhood. What about you? Would you want to go back to being 5 or 6 years old? Yang asked in return. Grandpa Du's lips curled slightly, his eyes looking distant. I probably wouldn't either. Some people's growth is full of hardships. Having grown up through so much, who would want to relive that pain all over again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:16, Tit for Tat _3. If time could flow backward, he wanted to return to 3 years ago. To meet some people a bit earlier, and some events. But in this world, where is there talk of time reverting? Thinking of this, the smirk at the corner of Master Du's mouth gradually turned into derision. Because Yang had other matters to attend to, she said goodbye to Master Du at the crossroads. Not long after Yang left, a little black bird flew over and landed on Master Du's shoulder. You little rascal. How did you get here? Master Du extended his index finger and tapped the little bird's head. I'm hungry. Hungry. I'm starving. Duo snuggled against Master Du's chin, seeking favor. Master Du pulled out a silk pouch from his waist. Upon seeing the pouch, the entire bird perked up. Master Du took out some bird feed from the pouch to feed Duo. You only think of me when you're hungry. A greedy bird. Does your owner mistreat you? Seeing Duo eating without looking up, Master Du chuckled. Yang put on a mask, dressed in disguise, and went to luxurious skincare to observe the employees' service attitude. Though luxurious skincare is now quite popular in Beijing and the effects are excellent, the service attitude must not be neglected. After all, in the future, many luxury brand clerks would get a bad reputation for their arrogance. Customers aren't coming to spend money to get mistreated, after all. Possibly because there was a commission involved, Yang visited 4 stores, and the service attitude in each was particularly good. They would actively explain the membership system to customers and promote skincare products suitable for the consumer skin type. Of course, training played a part in all this. Before each employee started, Yang would arrange for a foreign instructor to provide training. The first point in the employee handbook was to avoid being snobbish. Do not look down on any customer. Even if a customer enters the store wearing patched clothes, they must be greeted with a smile. Yang was very satisfied with everything she saw and planned to give them a raise next month. Just then, a young woman came running toward the store in a hurry. She was so rushed that she didn't see the glass door in front of her. With a thud, she crashed directly into the glass door. Are you okay? Yang quickly helped her up. The young woman seemed to be in her early 20s, sporting the latest popular permed hair and wearing bright red lipstick, with her brows shaped like willow leaves and her eyes, like crescent moons, exceptionally spirited. However, she was dressed in a light blue work uniform, apparently having just gotten off work before rushing here. Yang suddenly remembered that today was the day luxurious skincare was selling a limited edition set, but by now, the limited edition product was already sold out. I'm fine, thank you, comrade. I've got to run, I have things to do. The young woman stood up and ran into the luxurious skincare store. After the young woman entered the store, Yang took off her mask, straightened her clothes, and followed inside. As expected, the young woman was there to buy luxurious skincare's limited edition gift box. Upon hearing from the employee that it had sold out, she said with surprise, "How could you have sold out so early? I've just gotten off work and haven't even changed my clothes." Luxurious skincare would be sold in 2 time slots at the beginning and end of each month. One at 9 in the morning, and the other at 3:30 in the afternoon. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. Sold out already? The employee smiled and said, some customers who didn't get it in the morning lined up early to buy it together in the afternoon. The gift boxes were already sold out by 4 o'clock. Is that so? If I knew this, I would have taken a day off today. The young woman looked disappointed. The employee continued, although we don't have the limited edition set anymore, we do have non-limited editions available. Would you like me to recommend something? The young woman waved her hand. I can buy the non-limited edition anytime. I'm buying the limited edition as a gift. Can't you make an exception for me? She really needed a box of luxurious skincare. The store manager spotted Ni Young approaching and immediately greeted her. Miss Ni, welcome. Ni Young nodded her head. Bring me a set of that limited edition. Although the sets were officially sold out, the store still kept a spare in reserve, just in case. Of course, one moment, please. The store manager took out a box of the luxurious skincare set and handed it to Ni Young. Thank you. Ni Young took the gift box and walked out at a leisurely pace. Just as Ni Young stepped out of the store, the young woman who had just approached ran after her. Comrade, wait up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:17, Tit for Tat _4. Is there something you need? Ni Young glanced back slightly. The young woman was taken aback, apparently not expecting Ni Young to be so attractive. Comrade, may I ask how you managed to buy this limited edition of Ice Skin Jade Skin? When I went to buy it just now, they said it was already sold out. Ni Young smiled slightly. I know the store manager at their place a bit, and this was specially reserved for me. The young woman nodded and then said, Comrade, wait a moment, can we discuss something? What is it? Asked Ni Young. The young woman continued, Comrade, let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Tong and I work at Morning Light Group at number 85 Goldie Road. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Ni Young replied with a smile, I know you're not a bad person. Li Tong said, Here's the thing, comrade, I urgently need a set of the limited edition Ice Skin Jade Skin gift box for a gift. Would you be willing to sell me the one you have? I'm willing to pay 3 times the price. Is that okay? Li Tong was very sincere. Ni Young hesitated for a moment, then said, I can't. Why not? Each box of Ice Skin Jade Skin costs 210 yuan, and 3 times that is 630 yuan. That would be quite a profit. Li Tong became anxious. Comrade, do you think the money is too little? If 3 times isn't enough, I can do 5 times. We can negotiate the price. Since you know the store manager, you could just ask him to reserve another box for you later. That way, you could make a nice little profit. Ni Young said with a laugh, It's not about the money, I also need it for a gift. How about you leave your contact info, and they'll sell you a box tomorrow. Ah. What a coincidence. Although a bit disappointed, Li Tong was still not ready to give up. Comrade, please sell it to me. The person I want to give it to has their birthday today, and it won't mean as much after today. Li Tong was really in a hurry. Li Tong had a relative who was difficult to talk to but very wealthy, and this relative was in their 50s, without children or a spouse. Whoever could win her favor wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. For a woman in her 50s, wrinkles are the enemy, and this relative also cared immensely about her appearance. The Ice Skin Jade Skin set included an anti-wrinkle cream. If Li Tong could give this as a gift today, she would surely win her relative's favor, which is why she was so anxious. Seeing Ni Young still hesitant, Li Tong bit her lip and continued, Comrade, I'll pay 10 times the price. 10 times. 210 yuan becoming 2,100 yuan. Li Tong's heart was bleeding. All right then. Ni Young handed over the gift box to Li Tong. Did she just agree? Li Tong was surprised, and also reflected inwardly that indeed, no one can resist money. Thank you so much, comrade. Li Tong continued, but I don't have that much cash on me right now. Could you come to the bank with me? Ni Yang shook her head. Just give me 210. 210. Li Tong was stunned. Hadn't they agreed on 10 times the price? Had she heard wrongly? Ni Yang continued, the original price of ice skin jade skin is 210 yuan. If I took 2,100 yuan from you, wouldn't that be extortion? You seem more desperate than me. Helping others is like helping yourself. Here, take it. Li Tong hadn't expected this response from Ni Yang, thinking to herself that this young lady was rather nice. She smiled and said, under circumstances where both parties are willing, this wouldn't be called extortion, you know? Comrade, are you sure you want to sell it to me for 210? Although pained by the thought of the 2,100 yuan, Li Tong wasn't one to go back on her word. Ni Yang nodded. It's like making a new friend then. My name is Ni Yang, you can just call me by my name. Alright, then you call me by my name too. Li Tong took out 210 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Ni Yang. Ni Yang took the money, and they both left the mall together. Just as Ni Yang turned to leave, Li Tong suddenly called out, Ni Yang, wait a moment. Is there something else? Ni Yang turned around slightly. Li Tong fished out a notebook and a pen from her pocket. Ni Yang, what's your phone number? Do you mind leaving it with me? That way, we can keep in touch more often. Ni Yang knew the store manager of Ice Skin Jade Skin, and with that contact, Li Tong could buy as many boxes of Ice Skin Jade Skin she wanted anytime. That would be really convenient. Using limited edition items also tended to be good for networking. Li Tong felt that her luck today was incredibly good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1018, Tit for Tat _5. Ni Yang wanted this exact effect and nodded, saying, all right. Then he recited a string of phone numbers. After memorizing Ni Yang's phone number, Li Tong tore a page from his notebook and handed it to Ni Yang. Ni Yang, this is my house's phone number. Okay, Ni Yang nodded slightly. The next day was Saturday, and Ni Tsuihua went to the Wu family. Having learned from the last experience, this time she didn't bring Old Master Zheng or Old Lady Zheng, nor did she bring Sheng Wandehui. She came quietly. The door of the Wu family was closed. Ni Tsuihua stood at the door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. After a short while, the door opened. The person who opened the door was Wu Dalong. Seeing Ni Tsuihua, Wu Dalong joyfully said, Auntie Hua, you've come. Ni Tsuihua, smiling, handed the candies she was holding to Wu Dalong. Dalong, is your mom at home? Wu Dalong shook his head. Mom went to Dad's company. Wu Jinshu was in charge of the construction site for Ni Yang at Jinghua village. Someone had to supervise the construction company. Is your sister at home? Ni Tsuihua continued to ask. She's at home, just sister and us, Wu Dalong answered. Ni Tsuihua nodded. Wu Dalong then said, Auntie Hua, please come in and sit. He then raised his voice and yelled towards the inside, Big sister. Erlong. We have guests. Come out. Ni Tsuihua followed Wu Dalong inside. Wu Yenyun and Wu Erlong came out of the room. Who's here? Yenyun, it's me. Ni Tsuihua emerged from behind. Seeing Ni Tsuihua, Wu Yenyun's expression instantly changed. The last person she wanted to see now was Ni Tsuihua. The sight of Ni Tsuihua reminded her that she was a child abandoned, and also brought back memories of her tragic past. Why are you here? Yenyun, facing Wu Yenyun, Ni Tsuihua seemed a little flustered. I've already made it very clear last time, our family doesn't welcome someone like you, please leave immediately. Wu Yenyun pointed towards the door. Wu Dalong frowned, Big sister. How can you speak to Auntie Hua like that? You're being so rude. That's right, Big sister. How can you ask Auntie Hua to leave? She's a guest. She's also an elder. Wu Erlong also seemed upset. Enrich had always been so kind to their family, how could Wu Yanyan act this way? Wu Yanyan looked down at her two brothers. This has nothing to do with you two, go back to your room. Wu Dalong refused to go, and Wu Erlong also remained standing. Go back now. Under pressure, Wu Dalong had no choice but to head towards the room, taking Wu Erlong with him. Just before they reached the room's door, he looked back at Wu Yanyan, big sister. If you dare to be rude to Auntie Hua, when Dad and Mom come back, I am going to tell them. Let them punish you. After Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong went into the room, Wu Yanyan coldly faced Enrich. A person lives with a face, a tree lives with a bark. What exactly do you want, to stop harassing me? Enrich, with tears in her eyes, said, Child, I know I've wronged you, what do I need to do to earn your forgiveness? No matter how Wu Yanyan treated her, this child was still the one she carried for 10 months. Not protecting her own child, it was her failure, she just wanted to compensate Wu Yanyan more. Forgive you? Wu Yanyan looked at Enrich, her lips curling with sarcasm. From the moment you abandoned me, I will never forgive you again. Since you decided to throw me away at the beginning, why pretend now? It really makes me sick. Sick, so her own daughter found her disgusting. Enrich felt as if a knife was cutting through her heart. Yanyan, don't be like this, listen to my explanation. At that time I had no choice. The Mu family valued boys over girls. She had resisted, but resistance only resulted in a severe beating. At that time, Ni Young was still young, and her family wasn't supportive, so she could only watch as her newborn daughter was discarded. Her daughter was discarded, and she felt more tormented than anyone. No choice. No choice allows you to throw away your own daughter. Did you ever think, I am a human life? If I hadn't been picked up by my mom, I'd be dead by now. You have no rights to my forgiveness. Everyone urged her to let go of the past, to try and understand Ni Hua's hardships. They said it lightly because none of them were the ones who were abandoned. They will never understand her pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1019, Tit for Tat _6. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Enrich took out a passbook from her bag. This is some money I've saved over the years. The password is your birthday. That money was all saved from selling spicy strips by Enrich, adding up to more than 90,000 yuan. 90,000 yuan was already a huge sum of money in those days. I don't need it. Wu Yanyan swatted away the passbook being offered. Do you think this money can make up for the hurt you've caused me? Never in a million years. Enrich reached out to pick up the passbook, her face streaked with tears. Wu Yanyan looked down at Enrich. Do you want me to forgive you? Enrich looked at Wu Yanyan, a flash of joy in her eyes. Yanyan, are you willing to forgive me? There's one way you can earn my forgiveness. Tell me. Enrich said eagerly. Wu Yanyan continued, you just throw away Ni Yun as well, let her taste what it's like to be abandoned, and they'll forgive you. Why should she be the only one to endure all this pain? It would only be fair if everyone took their turn. Otherwise, she would never forgive Enrich. What? Enrich looked at Wu Yanyan in disbelief. Enrich could never have imagined Wu Yanyan would make such a demand. To throw away little Ni Yun too? How could she do such a thing? What's the matter? Can't bear it? Wu Yanyan's mouth curved with a mocking arc. If you could abandon me when there was no other way, why can't you abandon Ni Yun when there's no other way? Just because she's your most beloved youngest daughter? Do you think that's fair? Enrich said to Wu Yanyan, she's your sister, not taking good care of her own child was her responsibility, but how could Wu Yanyan transfer that anger onto little Ni Yun? What did this have to do with little Ni Yun? This wasn't a matter of fairness at all. Enrich looked at Wu Yanyan in front of her, feeling this person was excessively strange. I have only 3 younger brothers. No sisters. And certainly no beloved younger sister treasured like a pearl by the family. Look, the moment you talk about throwing away Ni-yun, Ni-tsuhua changes. Because she simply can't bear to part with Ni-yun. All that talk of having no choice, of being forced, it was all excuses. All of it, just excuses. Apart from that demand, I can meet any other request of yours. Ni-tsuhua closed her eyes in agony. Don't need them, I have only this one demand. Wu Yenyun continued, now go and abandon your most beloved youngest daughter, and then when she comes of age, find her again and give her some money, see if your most loved little girl will forgive you. Ni-tsuhua looked at Wu Yenyun with tearful eyes. Yenyun, isn't this asking too much of me? This is all my fault, you can beat me or scold me, but it has nothing to do with Yun, the child is innocent, I beg you not to do this. Wu Yenyun sighed. Her heart was filled with immense sorrow. She didn't know why fate had assigned her such a mother, so cruel and so biased. Ni-yun is already 3 years old in nominal age. I had just been born when I was abandoned. Playing favorites like this, what right do you have to be a mother? Ni-tsuhua cried inconsolably, barely able to utter a complete sentence. Wu Yenyun continued, since you don't want to abandon Ni-yun, then I'll step back. Ni-tsuhua looked up at Wu Yenyun. If you don't want to abandon Ni-yun, then drive Ni-yang out of the house, sever the mother-daughter relationship, and from now on live your lives completely apart. Wu Yenyun enunciated each word, making Ni-quihua's heart grow colder. Are you joking with me? How could she possibly sever the mother-daughter relationship with Ni-yang? She couldn't do it. If it hadn't been for Ni-yang bringing her back from Dam Village, would she even have her current life? If it were Ni-yang standing in Wu Yenyun's shoes today, would Ni-yang be so aggressive? The answer was clear. Ni-yang definitely wouldn't act this way. I'm serious. Wu Yenyun continued, if you really were a fair mother, if you truly intend to acknowledge me as your daughter, then you should let your other daughter experience the pain I went through back then. If Ni-tsuehua was willing to break with Ni-yang, then she would be willing to forgive Ni-tsuehua. It was a matter of how much she mattered to Ni-tsuehua. She was just returning the favor. Ni-tsuehua looked at Wu Yenyun with a heart-wrenching pain and said, she's your sister. Child. She's your sister. If it hadn't been for your sister, I would be dead by now. You wouldn't have what you have now. How could you speak such words? Where is your conscience? Conscience? Wu Yenyun looked at Ni-tsuehua, her lips curling with sorrow. Her conscience had been eaten by dogs long ago. Ni-tsuehua has the nerve to ask about her conscience. They all said Ni-yang had helped her. But without the Jing family's influence, what could Ni-yang have done to help her? Ni-yang had known about her origins for a long time but kept it hidden, offering help out of guilt. Ni-yang wouldn't even spare a beggar on the street side, so how could she have been so kind-hearted as to help her? She had misjudged the person. Get out. Wu Yenyun didn't want to say any more, pointing at the door and saying, get out, right now. As a child who was thrown away, Wu Yenyun had already been forbearing, but her blood-related mother kept disappointing her. Ni-tsuehua took a deep breath. Child, I hope what you said today was just an impulse. I'll be leaving first. Wu Yenyun thought that Ni-tsuehua would stay, continuing to plead for her forgiveness. But she hadn't expected Ni-tsuehua to actually leave. She left without looking back. She was the one who had been cast aside, so why should she suffer so much pain and humiliation? Wu Yenyun sat in the chair and sobbed silently. Ni-tsuehua walked down the road, her soul seemingly in tatters. She didn't understand why Wu Yenyun had become like this. This child wasn't like this before. 2 hours later, Ni-tsuehua finally returned to Jinghua village. Ni-yang saw that something was wrong with her and asked her what had happened. Ni-tsuehua sighed, I went to see Yenyun, but she still can't let go of the past. Yang, didn't you say you wanted to have a good talk with Yenyun? She's still very angry now, so it's best if you don't go recently, lest she takes out her anger on you. She didn't mention the 2 conditions that Wu Yenyun raised. Subconsciously, she still hoped Wu Yenyun would come around. People say things they don't mean when they're extremely emotional. Maybe after some time, she'll have a change of heart. And Yang slightly furrowed her brow. Is Yanyan still very angry? Emichim, and Tsuehua nodded her head. A misunderstanding could be resolved, and Tsuehua had made trip after trip, pouring out a mother's sorrow. And Yang didn't understand what grudge still lingered in Wu Yanyan's heart. Could it be just as Imo Chishan had said, that Wu Yanyan was making a big deal out of it? Let's leave it at that. I'm going upstairs to sleep for a while, and Tsuehua said as she walked upstairs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:20. Yang got angry and Yang watched Quihua's figure, her thoughts deepening. Today was Saturday, and during dinner, Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi came back. Tsuehua, after an afternoon of rest, was in much better spirits and looked at Shengguan Shi. Xiaoxi, how are things going with you and Zhuoling? Shengguan Shi was her daughter too, and she couldn't neglect her just because of the issues with Wu Yanyan. Considering Zhuoling's family situation, if Shengguan Shi really married into it, the tough days would be yet to come. Shengguan Shi smiled and said, my relationship with Zhuoling is very stable, and we've cleared up the misunderstanding from last time. Actually, it's not true that his family prefers boys over girls. After all, Zhuoling is a college graduate, his level of thinking and awareness aren't that low. Mom, you can rest assured. Really? Tsuehua was somewhat doubtful. She always felt that there was more to the situation. Really? Shengguan Shi nodded her head. Shengguan Dehui continued, you are just too stubborn, child. You won't learn your lesson until you face some hardships. Shengguan Shi said with a laugh, as long as Zhuoling is not that type of person, everyone can stop worrying. Shengguan Granny helplessly shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. So alike. The child was just too much like Su Fun. Sometimes, the more you try to persuade, the more counterproductive it becomes. Shengguan Su looked at Shengguan Shi. Do you know that Chen Jun has come back? Yes, Shengguan Shi nodded her head. He even gave me a ride to my unit the day before yesterday morning. Shengguan Su joked, Chen Jun graduated from a famous university abroad, and I see that he cares about you quite a bit. Being with him would surely be better than being with Zhuoling. Phew. Shengguan Shi spit out a mouthful of rice and couldn't stop coughing. Tsuehua quickly grabbed a tissue and handed it to Shengguan Shi, patting her back. Slow down, slow down. Shengguan Shi casually wiped her mouth and looked at Shengguan Su with an expression of disbelief. Brother, what are you joking about? Wu Lao San and it's impossible. Shengguan Su said calmly, how do you know it's impossible without trying? When it comes to family background, looks, and capability, he is at least 100 times better than Zhuoling. Compared with Wu Chenjun, what was Zhuoling? It was Shengguan Zai's lack of judgment that made her fancy someone like Zhuoling. Brother, please stop, an uncomfortable Shengguan Shi said. Wu Lao San and I grew up together like close buddies. Can buddies become partners? Don't try to matchmake randomly. Shengguan Su picked up a piece of braised pork. If you really have no thoughts about it, just ignore what I said. But if you end up with Zhuoling and suffer in their family, don't come crying to me. Shengguan Shi laughed, don't worry, bro. I guarantee I won't come crying to you. Shengguan Su didn't say anything more. Shengguan Shi then said, by the way, Mom and Dad, I plan to visit Zhuoling's parents this week. Tsuehua was startled, this quickly. If both sets of parents had met, engagement wouldn't be far off. Shengguan Dehui looked at Shengguan Shi. Xiaoxi, are you sure about this? Yes, I've thought it through, Shengguan Shi replied. Sooner or later we have to meet the parents, it's better earlier than later. Tsuehua frowned and then said, Xiaoxi, don't tell Zhuoling's parents about our family's true situation when you go this time. As for gifts, there's no need for anything too expensive, just buy some fruit, bring a couple pounds of meat, and 2 pounds of brown sugar. Isn't that too shabby? Shangguanxi was taken aback. Shangguanxi was originally planning to bring a box of ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Shangguan Dehui put down his chopsticks. I think your mother is right. Zuoling's family situation is too complex. If you bring expensive gifts on your first visit, you might not see their true colors. Alright, Shangguanxi nodded, I'll listen to you. Shangguanxi was stubborn when it came to emotional matters, but she would still take her parents' advice on some things. After all, her parents were looking out for her best interests. After dinner, Grandma Zheng found Enrich. Tingting, did you go to see Yanyan again today? Enrich responded with surprise, Mom, how did you find out? Grandma Zheng said, I could tell something was wrong with you this afternoon. Is Yanyan still unwilling to forgive us? Enrich nodded her head. Grandma Zheng sighed, maybe you just don't have that mother-daughter fate with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1021, Yang Yang got angry _2. It would be normal for Wu Yanyan to have harbored some resentment, but after such a long time, it should have faded. She had her own suffering, but Enrich had her own grievances too. And besides, Wu Yanyan wasn't young anymore. Grandma Zheng patted Enrich on the hand, Tingting, I'm going to say something you might not want to hear, but if you really can't recognize her as your daughter, then let it be. A twisted melon is never sweet. Enrich's eyes reddened, but she is still my daughter. She was the one who had wronged Wu Yanyan. No matter what, she still hoped that Wu Yanyan could forgive her. As a mother herself, Grandma Zheng understood the pain in Enrich's heart. The next day was Sunday. Enrich and Shangguan Dehui, as usual, paid a visit to the children at the orphanage. Shangguanxi went back with Zuoling to meet his parents. Shangguanxi didn't bring anything expensive, just some apples and bananas, and then 2 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of brown sugar. Zuoling, do you think your uncle and auntie will like me? Shangguanxi was a bit nervous. Zuoling smiled, no way, I guarantee they'll love you. Although Zuoling's parents had a preference for Chen Liebao, Zuoling had made his intentions clear to them. Even if they didn't like Shangguanxi, they'd have to feign their approval. After saying this, Zuoling continued, Xiaoxi, it's Sunday today and the nanny has the day off. It's just my dad and mom at home. There's something I need to tell you in advance. Go ahead. Zuoling explained, my mom used to be a little leader at her workplace, so her temper can be a bit idiosyncratic. If there's any lack of hospitality, please don't take it to heart. She's just used to giving orders, but she's not a bad person at heart. Knowing his mother's character, Zuoling needed to give Shangguanxi a heads up. Having been with Shangguanxi for 3 years, Zuoling knew that she was an empathetic and understanding girl. As long as things were explained to her, she would understand. Shangguanxi nodded, don't worry. Let's go then. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Zhuo family home. The Zhuo family lived in a residence allocated by the unit, within a courtyard where everyone knew each other. The environment in the courtyard was quite nice, neat and tidy, though it paled in comparison to the Ni family's detached courtyard house. Seeing Zuoling bring a young and beautiful girl home, everyone teased him with a smile, Xiaozhua, who's this? Your girlfriend? Yes, Auntie 5, this is my girlfriend, Shangguanxi. Xiaoxi, this is Auntie 5, she lives above us and is also a colleague of my parents. Shangguanxi greeted her politely, hello, Auntie 5. Hello, this girl is quite pretty. No wonder Zuoling wasn't interested in Chen Liebao. Compared to Shangguanxi, Chen Liebao just didn't hold a candle. Hearing someone praise Shangguanxi's looks, Zuoling's face beamed with pride. Marrying a beautiful bride like her was his own achievement. Could Auntie 5's son ever manage to marry someone as beautiful as Shangguanxi? The Zhuo family lived on the 3rd floor in a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. The place was tidy, which also showed that Zuoling's mother was a person who liked cleanliness. Shangguanxi, who had a mild case of OCD, was relieved to see how neat and clean the Zhuo family home was. Zhuo Ling's parents were sitting on the sofa. Zhuo Ling introduced Shangguan Shi to them. Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Shangguan Shi. Shangguan Shi, very politely, placed the gifts she had brought aside. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I'm Shangguan Shi, you can just call me Xiaoxi. Zhuo Ling's mother glanced sideways at the gifts Shangguan Shi had brought. Bananas, apples, meat, brown sugar, just ordinary things nobody wanted. Did they seem like a family that couldn't afford meat to her? Not bringing some nutritious and valuable gifts on the first visit, it seemed like she had no home training. Every time Chen Liebao visited, she would bring bags of good stuff. Malted milk, royal bee jelly, bird's nest, and with that, she wanted to marry her son. In her dreams. Zhuo Ling's father stood up with a smile. You girl, there was no need to bring anything. Come, sit down, sit down. Zhuo Ling kept winking at his mother. Seeing it was for her son's sake, Zhuo Ling's mother stood up. We didn't know in advance you were coming, so we didn't prepare anything. Xiaoxi, would you like some tea or a soft drink? Zhuo Ling's family was somewhat better off than average, otherwise, they wouldn't have a nanny. This statement was actually a veiled boast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1022, Yang Yang is angry _3. Their family was enjoying drinks already, estimating Shangguan Zai's family probably even struggled to get enough to eat. Auntie, you're too kind, water is fine for me. Zhuo Ling didn't dare challenge his mother's authority. He immediately stood up and said, Mom, please sit, I'll get Xiaoxi some water. Hearing this, Zhuo Ling's mother's face became even more unhappy. Her son was her precious darling. Zhuo Ling had never poured her a glass of water from childhood to adulthood, yet today he actually wanted to pour water for a little girl. They weren't even married yet, and it was already like this. What would it be like after the wedding? A woman actually letting a man serve her. She didn't know who had raised her. Shangguan Shi had already informed Zhuo Ling in advance that his mother had a peculiar temper, so she didn't take the changes in Zhuo Ling's mother's expression to heart. Zhuo Ling's mother pointed to the sofa and said, Sit. Thank you, Auntie. Shangguan Shi sat on the sofa. Zhuo Ling's mother also sat down and then said, Xiaoxi, I heard from Lingling that your family is from the countryside, is that right? Yes. Shangguan Shi nodded. Zhuo Ling's mother smiled and asked, How many people are in your family altogether? Including my grandparents and my grandmother there are 9 people, Shangguan Shi said, including Wu Yenyun and her count. After all, Wu Yenyun was also a part of their family. In the countryside, supporting 3 elderly people and a few children must be quite difficult for your parents, isn't it? Zhuo Ling's mother asked. Shangguan Shi replied, It's manageable. Manageable? Mockery filled Zhuo Ling's mother's eyes. If it were truly manageable, then Shangguan Shi wouldn't have needed to cling to Zhuo Ling so desperately. She didn't know what kind of love potion this girl had fed to Zhuo Ling to make him so determined to marry her. She wasn't even taking a look at herself, thinking she was worthy of Zhuo Ling. Xiaoxi, you've seen our family's conditions. Lingling is the only son under his 7 sisters. After your uncle and I pass on, everything in the house will belong to Lingling. This child Lingling is naive, if not for, at that moment, Zhuo Ling came over with a glass of water, interrupting his mother, Mom, Haray's water, have some water. While passing the glass of water to his mother, he made meaningful eye contact with her. Though Shangguan Shi was understanding and simple-natured, she wasn't a fool. If Zhuo Ling's mother continued talking, this whole thing might just fall through. Zhuo Ling certainly didn't want to marry Chen Liebao, that pig. Zhuo Ling's mother gave Zhuo Ling a glare as she took the glass of water. Then Zhuo Ling passed another glass of water to Shangguan Shi. Xiaoxi, drink some water. Thank you, Shangguan Shi expressed her thanks. Zhuo Ling smiled and said, What are you thanking me for? Zhuo Ling's mother sized up Shangguan Shi and then asked, Xiaoxi, how much do you weigh? Shangguan Shi was stunned. Huh? What did you say? Zhuoling's mother asked, "I'm asking what your height and weight are." This Zhuoling's mother's character was indeed peculiar. Was it normal to directly ask that kind of question? Shang Guanxi subtly frowned and then replied, "Mother, I'm 165 and weigh 98. A height of 165, and she weighs less than 100? That weight was not even half of Chen Leibao's. Chen Leibao could probably pick up Shang Guanxi with one hand. They say a fuller figure is better for bearing sons, but with Shang Guanxi's frame, she might even have trouble conceiving, let alone having a son. In the 80s, it wasn't like later times. Plumpness was considered beautiful, indicating wealth in the family. A skinny appearance probably meant one couldn't fill their stomach. Zhuoling's mother grew increasingly dissatisfied with Shang Guanxi. Seeing that his mother's expression was turning sour, Zhuoling quickly stood up and said, "Mama, I'm hungry. Please start cooking." The moment she heard that her precious son was hungry, Zhuoling's mother immediately stood up and went to the kitchen. Following Zhuoling's pointed look, she continued, "Xiaoxi, what do you like to eat?" Shang Guanxi smiled and said, "I'm not picky, auntie, whatever you cook is fine." During this time, Shang Guanxi offered to help Zhuoling's mother but was stopped by Zhuoling. What a joke! If Zhuoling's mother continued to speak those unpleasant words, what then? He and Shang Guanxi were at a crucial moment right now. The raw rice wasn't yet cooked rice. Nothing could go wrong at this juncture. Zhuoling not only stopped Shang Guanxi's movements but also sweet-talked her. "Xiaoxi, how can you, with your tender hands, do such work? Wait until we're married, we'll hire a nanny to let her take care of all the household chores." What girl doesn't like to hear sweet talk? Especially a girl who is deeply in love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1023, Yang Yang got angry _4. Really? Shang Guanxi asked with her face flushed. Yes, really, Zhuoling nodded. About an hour later, it was finally time to eat. The dishes were pretty good, consisting of 5 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat and 3 vegetarian, but it was much worse compared to the last time Zhuoling had visited the Ni family. But Shang Guanxi could understand. After all, the Zhuo family's conditions were no match for theirs. Zhuo father warmly urged Shang Guanxi to sit down and eat. "Xiaoxi, don't be polite, just treat this as your own home." "Thank you, uncle." "Auntie, you've worked hard." Zhuo mother couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Shang Guanxi. Her son wasn't without prospects for a wife. She didn't feel the need to please Shang Guanxi. Shang Guanxi assumed Zhuo mother was just eccentric and didn't mind. After dinner, Zhuoling couldn't wait to take Shang Guanxi back. Zhuo mother took the gift Shang Guanxi had brought. "Xiaoxi, you're too polite bringing such expensive gifts to just visit. Please take them back." Zhuo mother deliberately emphasized the word expensive. Who would crave such trivial items? Shang Guanxi didn't catch the implied meaning from Zhuo mother and smiled. "It's nothing expensive, just some fruit. You don't have to be so polite." "You take them back," continued Zhuo mother, "take them back for the elders at home to enjoy. It must have been a long time since you've had meat in the village, right?" Shang Guanxi was stunned. Zhuoling quickly took the items from Zhuo mother's hands, smiling. "Mom, why be so formal with Xiaoxi? Since she specifically bought them to show her respect, you should just accept them." Zhuo mother looked at Zhuoling with a face full of disappointment. That Shang Guanxi, with a poor family background, couldn't even bear sons. She wondered what Zhuoling saw in her. It was simply bewitchment. As soon as the two left, Zhuo mother's expression turned cold. "What's this all about?" Zhuo father asked curiously. "Do you think she's worthy of our Lingling?" Zhuo mother asked, pointing outside. Before meeting Shang Guanxi, Zhuo father also thought she wasn't worthy of Zhuoling, but having seen her, he now thought Chen Leibao wasn't worthy of Zhuoling men. Who wouldn't prefer someone beautiful? Chen Leibao looked like a pig and was unapproachable. Besides her poor family background, everything else is tolerable, the grandfather said. Tolerable? What can I say? You think her petite frame looks like she can bear sons? Zwa mother angrily said, do you want to see the Zwa family lineage end with your son? Zwa mother understood women well, because she was too thin, she couldn't bear a son. Just have more children. Zwa father wasn't concerned. Have more? It's easy for you to say. Zwa mother poked Zwa father's forehead, do you think it's still our time? You could have as many as you want. Now, even if one of the couple is not a worker, you can only have two. Then Zwa mother continued, and look, what did she bring to our house? Compare it with what Lai Bao brings every time. And another thing, I was exhausted in the kitchen, and she didn't even offer to help. She really thinks she's some kind of precious lady. What good is having such a bride back home? Just to worship her as an ancestor? At this, Zwa father nodded. It seems you do have a point. It is the point. Zwa mother continued, besides, after marrying Lai Bao, Lingling wouldn't have to worry if he doesn't work for the rest of his life. Marrying Sheng Guanxi, what can she offer him? Just a burden. Zwa father, who was indecisive, was convinced by Zwa mother in just a few sentences. Then when Lingling comes back, well, talk to him about it. On the other side, Zwa Ling brought Sheng Guanxi to the roadside. Sheng Guanxi said, Zwa Ling, I feel like your aunt doesn't like me much. She wasn't foolish, of course, she could see that Zwa mother had issues with her, and they were not minor. Zwa Ling chuckled, don't overthink it, my mom is just like that. Didn't I tell you beforehand? Xiaoxi, in my heart, you've always been an empathetic and good girl. Are you going to let this cause a rift between us? Sheng Guanxi said, no, it's just that if this keeps up, there will definitely be conflicts between your aunt and me. As you know, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts have always been a major issue in families. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1024, Yang Angry _5. Zwa Ling continued, actually, I've thought about it long ago. After we get married, we'll move out and then visit our elders once a week. Nowadays, many young people do that. Xiaoxi, you're living your life with me, not with my mother. You really don't need to worry about these issues. Really? Sheng Guanxi looked up at Zwa Ling, of course it's true. Zwa Ling nodded, I can swear to the heavens. With that, Zwa Ling raised 3 fingers. Sheng Guanxi smiled and said, there's no need for oaths, I believe you, Zwa Ling. You can't let me down. Xiaoxi, rest assured, I will never let you down. Great. Sheng Guanxi nodded. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Yang had finished her exams at school, and it was time for winter break. It had been over 10 days. Wu Yanyan should have calmed down by now. Having nothing to do that day, Yang put on her woolen coat and prepared to drive to see Wu Yanyan. In such cold weather, Yang certainly didn't want to ride a bicycle there. She had bought this car not long ago. A domestic car, 30,000 yuan. It looked very ordinary on the outside, but the interior was impressively well equipped. The car was modified, with very high-end configurations. However, only those who knew cars would notice that. Yang was not a showy person, so she had bought a domestic car. Yang, where are you going? Yang had just put on her gloves when Tsuhua came downstairs. I'm going to find Yanyan, Yang replied. Then I'll go with you? Tsuhua suggested. Yang smiled slightly and declined, Mom, I should go alone. If Yanyan sees you, she might get emotional again. Don't worry, I will talk to her. Remembering the last experience, Tsuhua sighed, then go ahead, but if, she didn't know what to say next. Yang patted Kuihua's shoulder, Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All right. Tsuhua nodded, then go early and come back early. Okay. Ni Tsuhua watched Ni Yang's car disappear from view before turning to go back inside. Yang Yang has gone. Old Lady Zheng came out of the house. Yes. Old Lady Zheng's gaze was distant. I hope Yan Yun can listen to Yang Yang's words. Ni Tsuhua nodded. In a little while, Ni Yang drove to the community where the Wu family lived. Coincidentally, as soon as she drove in, she saw Wu Yenyun sunbathing downstairs with Wu Xiaolong. Ni Yang slowly parked the car across the road from Wu Yenyun, got out, and walked over. Yenyun. Wu Yenyun looked up and saw Ni Yang, smiling with a light in her eyes. Ni Yang was wearing a goose yellow cheongsam that day, covered by an off-white woolen coat, her black hair flowing down her back. Just like the first time she met Ni Yang. Ni Yang looked like an ethereal fairy, shining brightly. And her. She was just an unwanted wild girl, suffering the hardships of the world. Now Ni Yang even had a car. What did she have as sisters born of the same mother? After more than half a month, Ni Yang finally appeared. She had thought Ni Yang would never show up again. Yenyun, Ni Yang called again. Wu Yenyun pretended not to hear Ni Yang's voice and lowered her head to play with Wu Xiaolong. However, Wu Erlong and Wu Dalong, on the side, excitedly ran over, Sister Ni Yang. Dalong, Erlong. Ni Yang patted both brothers' heads. Wu Erlong complained, Sister Ni Yang, Im Erlong. Ni Yang apologized with a smile, sorry, Erlong, it was a slip of the tongue. Wu Erlong said, it's okay, it's okay. Oh, Sister Ni Yang, my big sister has been acting like she's sick these few days. She even lost her temper at Auntie Hua last time. Don't be mad at her later. Our teacher says not to argue with sick people. Ni Yang nodded, I understand, you two go play. Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong ran off to play. Ni Yang approached Wu Yenyun, Yenyun. Wu Yenyun acted as if she didn't hear Ni Yang. Ni Yang's expression remained unchanged, and without getting angry, she spoke in a gentle tone, Yenyun, can we talk for a bit? Talk about what? Wu Yenyun looked up at Ni Yang, her eyes filled with heavy hostility. Ni Yang kept a smile in her eyes and spoke, let's talk about our family situation. I know you're angry and feel wronged, but Mom really was powerless back then. You haven't experienced it yourself, you don't know what that feeling of helplessness is like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1025, Yang Yang got angry _6. Wu Yenyun looked at Ni Yang, her mouth curved in a mocking arch, that's your family, it has nothing to do with me. You don't need to tell me these things, I don't want to listen. That's your family too. My family? Wu Yenyun continued, a daughter born into a poor family like mine could never ascend to such a powerful, wealthy household. Yenyun, why don't we find a place to cool off and talk over some drinks? If the person in front of her wasn't her own flesh and blood sister, Ni Yang would not have displayed such patience. Just go, I don't want to see you. From now on, our two families will have nothing to do with each other, it's best if we never interact again. Ni Yang frowned subtly, clearly noting that Wu Yenyun's words were in no way a joke. At the same time, Ni Yang knew what Wu Yenyun was upset about. She was simply envious upon seeing the Ni family's current good days, remembering the hardships she endured over the years, feeling the injustice. Yenyun, do you know what life was like for Mom and me before I turned 17? Wu Yenyun didn't say a word. Ni Yang continued, Mom was 9 months pregnant, not only enduring my grandmother and father's beatings, but also taking on all the dirty and tiring chores like an old ox. Yenyun is the 5th child. After she was born, when Grandma saw she was a girl, she immediately wanted to throw her to the wild dogs in the back hills. It was only my quick thinking that saved Yenyun. 3 days after Yenyun was born, my father's mistress, Li Shu, schemed to sell me to her relative for 1,000 yuan. Do you know what kind of person her relative was? He was a 50-something eunuch. Recalling that period, and Young couldn't help but get teary-eyed, her vision blurred by tears. That past seemed like another lifetime. In her previous life, she had suffered for 10 years before escaping from that misery. No one knew how heart-wrenching that past was. No one knew what kind of torment she endured. Later, because I accidentally saved 2 influential nobles, with their help, Mom and I managed to get divorced smoothly, and we took Union to Beijing. When we first arrived in Beijing, we had no place to stay until Aunt and I rented half of her courtyard to us. After settling in Beijing, I started a noodle business. Every morning at around 2, I would get up to prepare everything for the stall, more than 200 kilograms of liquids, all transported to the street on my bicycle. Whether it was windy or rainy, I never missed a day. Below every glamorous appearance lies a heart full of scar. Since coming to Beijing, N.I. Yang never shared these experiences with anyone. Because N.I. Yang was never one to expose her scars and capitalize on others' sympathy. Wu Yanyan was the first. Later on, my noodle business improved, and I got my first storefront in Beijing, then a second. Mom might be the daughter of the Zheng family, but she was only recently acknowledged by my grandparents. Before that, our life was not any more comfortable than yours. At this point, N.I. Yang looked up at Wu Yanyan. Yanyan, I hope you can let go of the hatred in your heart, forgive Mom, and forgive us just this once. Do you think playing the victim here is interesting? Wu Yanyan asked. N.I. Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, a fleeting trace of scorn passing across her gaze. You think I'm playing the victim? It turned out that after saying so much, in Wu Yanyan's eyes, it amounted to just playing the victim. Isn't it? Wu Yanyan retorted. Who knew if what N.I. Yang was saying was true? Based on N.I. Yang alone, did she have the ability to bring N.I. Tsuehua and little N.I. Yun to Beijing? Based on N.I. Yang alone, could she have achieved what she has today? She doesn't even think about how old she is this year. Did she really think herself a fool? Could she be so easily manipulated? She portrayed herself as so pitiful, simply to make herself believe her. This is what they owed her. Why should she believe her? N.I. Yang, you clearly knew long ago that I was your sister, yet you kept it to yourself. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Do you really think you're the only smart person in the world and everyone else is a fool? N.I. Yang's face showed little emotion, her gaze was chillingly cold. She had never imagined that one day she would stand opposite her own flesh and blood sister. Head-to-head confrontation. Until the paternity test results came out, I couldn't be sure you were my sister. Once the results were in, I informed Mom immediately. I can honestly say, I've done nothing to you that needs forgiveness. Wu Yanyan laughed softly. You always have your reasons. Do you really think those reasons can cover up your filthy heart? Let me tell you, N.I. Yang, you, your mom, and your family, don't ever expect to receive my forgiveness in this lifetime. I never want to see you again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. False affection. Such family members were better off rejected. N.I. Yang drove away. She had not expected this outcome. Wu Yanyan was, after all, her biological sister. To say that N.I. Yang felt nothing would be a lie. But it wasn't to the point of being devastated. What to do when feeling down? According to President N.I., the answer was street racing. At this time, the roads in Beijing weren't as congested as in previous lifetimes, perfect for racing. N.I. Yang gripped the steering wheel with both hands and floored the accelerator. Swift as the wind. The black sedan sped along, and when the adrenaline reached its peak, all worries and vexations were washed away. What a thrilling sensation. After driving for a while and feeling a bit hot, N.I. Yang rolled down the left side window. The cold wind poured in, tossing her hair into disarray, creating a wildly beautiful chaos. Seeing the car ahead perform a spectacular drift, Wu Daming quickly pulled off to the side. My God! Who is that? They're driving like they're heading for the sky. Li Ronghua in the passenger seat also gazed ahead in amazement. It looks like the driver is a girl. A girl? Could a girl really be that good? It can't be a girl, right? Wu Daming watched the sedan disappearing into the horizon and finally managed to say. It is a girl. I saw her hair flying out of the car. Li Ronghua looked disdainfully at Wu Daming. Wu Daming, you're really not up to snuff, to be outdone by a girl. Wu Daming, in his life, he had only been defeated by one girl, and that was Ni Yang. He hadn't expected to lose to another today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1027, Grumpy Mr. Ni_2. He didn't know which girl was so revered. He wondered who was more formidable when compared to Ni Yang. After circling Sijou City, Ni Yang finally drove home. Everyone at home had gathered, apparently waiting for Ni Yang's results. Yang. Ni Kuihua's eyes, originally dim, lit up instantly upon seeing Ni Yang. Mom. The house was heated by a stove, and Ni Yang casually took off his coat and placed it on the sofa. What did Yanyan say? Ni Tsuhua continued to ask. Ni Yang shook his head. Mom, you shouldn't go looking for her anymore. If Wu Yanyan hadn't disappointed Ni Yang, he wouldn't have said such a thing. This child, why was he so stubborn? Ni Kuihua's eyes reddened instantly. Grandma Zheng sighed. I knew it would end like this. Tingting, don't be too upset. Even without Yanyan, you still have Yang and little Yunyun, Grandpa Zheng said. Your mother is right. Since that child doesn't have a mother-daughter fate with you, some things can't be forced. If it weren't for a DNA test, Grandpa Zheng might even think there had been a mistake. Wu Yanyan's nature really didn't seem like it came from the Zheng family. Mom, don't be upset. Ni Yang took Ni Kuihua's hand. Tell me honestly, when you and my grandparents went to see her before, did she also show them disdain? If Wu Yanyan showed disdain towards Ni Tsuehua, Ni Yang could understand her. If Wu Yanyan despised even the innocent elderly, then Ni Yang could only say that Wu Yanyan was utterly heartless. Extremely heartless. Hearing this, Ni Tsuehua fell silent. It wasn't just disdain, but, reflecting on this, Ni Tsuehua felt a bit guilty, remembering how her elderly parents had been hit by a younger person that day. Seeing Ni Tsuehua like this, Ni Yang knew what had happened. Mom, just forget this daughter from now on, and don't go looking for her anymore. If you don't listen, you will only embarrass yourself. Ni Tsuehua looked up at Ni Yang. Do you think Yanyan will understand when she's older? Wu Yanyan was still young this year, maybe she would change in a few years. Before Ni Yang could speak, Shengguan Dehui said, Dia, have you forgotten how old Yang was when he brought you out of Dam Village? That year, Ni Yang was exactly 17 years old. Ni Yang was 17 years old, just like Wu Yanyan. The two 17-year-olds were worlds apart. Ni Tsuehua fell silent. Grandpa Zheng said, Tingting, let it be. We've tried our best, and we can be at peace with that. Grandpa Zheng himself also wished to bring back his stranded granddaughter. But this child really couldn't be helped. Children are predestined, some things simply can't be forced. Ni Tsuehua nodded. So be it. In the first half of her life, she suffered so much due to poor judgment. In the second half, she didn't want to cause any conflicts with her close family over a daughter who had become estranged from her. Did she really have to abandon little Ni Yun? Break the mother-daughter relationship with Ni Yang? Impossible. Never possible. Grandma Zhang and Shengguan she went over to comfort Ni Tsuehua. Shengguan she had met Wu Yanyan. Her first impression of Wu Yanyan was that she was well-mannered and sensible. She didn't expect Wu Yanyan would do something so heart-wrenching. Quite unexpected. Fortunately, Ni Tsuehua wasn't the type to dwell on things, and after some persuasion from several people, her mood gradually stabilized. Wu Daming was driving Li Ronghua back home. As soon as the car reached the entrance of the village, he was stunned. When was this highway in your village built? You should know that more than half a year ago, Jinghua village still had dirt roads. During rainy days, it would be muddy and cars couldn't enter, but now there was such a spacious concrete road. Li Ronghua said with a smile. Yang Yang paid for the construction. Sixth sister? Yes. Li Ronghua nodded. Sixth sister is really amazing. Wu Daming said enviously, why can't our village have a capable person like sixth sister? Previously, Jinghua village had nothing, being the poorest among the villages in all directions. Since Ni Yang arrived, Jinghua village could be said to change every day. Now, if Jinghua village claimed to be number 1, which surrounding village would dare to claim to be number 2? If it wasn't seen with one's own eyes, no one would believe that Jinghua village could change so much in such a short time. Ni Yang was so amazing, and Li Ronghua was also proud. That's right. Yang Yang is really our village's lucky star. Go around the village and ask, from 70 to 80-year-olds to 2 to 3-year-olds, who doesn't like Yang Yang? Even people from the neighboring villages were especially envious of Jinghua village. At that moment, as they drove past the Ni family's small courtyard, Li Ronghua suddenly sat up straight and looked out of the window. Slow down, slow down. What's wrong? Wu Daming was somewhat puzzled. Li Ronghua pointed to a small black car parked outside. Doesn't that car look familiar? Wu Daming squinted his eyes. It does seem a bit. After a moment of thought, Wu Daming continued, isn't that car the one we just saw on the street? Damn. The person driving the car just now couldn't be Ni Yang, could it? Wu Daming swallowed his throat. Li Ronghua and Wu Daming thought of the same thing. The person who was driving just now was Yang Yang, wasn't it? If that's really the case, sixth sister is too amazing. Wu Daming exclaimed. Li Ronghua looked at Wu Daming. Anyway, she's much more capable than you. Look at you, Wu Daming, you're not even as good as a girl. Aren't you embarrassed? Wu Daming said meaningfully, then I'm still better than some who can't even drive. After speaking, Wu Daming added, not only can't drive, but they're also fierce like a man. If any man marries her, he's really out of luck. Who are you talking about? Li Ronghua glared at Wu Daming menacingly. Wu Daming grinned and countered, I'm just talking about some girls, not you. Why are you so excited? Do you act like a man? Li Ronghua, unable to vent his frustration, glared fiercely at Wu Daming. Stop the car. Wu Daming didn't hear her properly. Li Ronghua raised his voice and yelled, I told you to stop the car. Deafening. Wu Daming shuddered and immediately hit the brakes. What's wrong? I want to get out. Li Ronghua grabbed her backpack, got out of the car, and slammed the door shut. Wu Daming scratched his head innocently. This person is really sick. Li Ronghua, who hadn't walked far, turned to look at him, her face gentle. What did you say? Wu Daming looked up at the sky and said earnestly, I said the weather today is really nice. Li Ronghua gave him a look and then walked ahead. Wu Daming stretched his neck. Comrade Li Ronghua, are you sure you don't want me to drive you? Li Ronghua, without turning back, waved her hand. No need. Wu Daming had no choice but to turn the car around, preparing to go back. Beep beep beep. Just then, the right side window was knocked on. Wu Daming rolled down the window, revealing a face as beautiful as a painting. Sixth sister. Ni Yang smiled and said, Wu Daming, what brought you here? Wu Daming replied, it's all because I had to drive that tomboy back. Tomboy? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Who? Wu Daming looked back and whispered very softly, that tomboy, Li Ronghua. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1028, This is the Gap. So, Wu Daming was talking about Li Ronghua. Ni Yang laughed and said, Sister Ronghua is pretty good, isn't she? Where does she look like a tomboy? Wu Daming looked at Ni Yang as if he saw a monster. Even like this, she doesn't look like a tomboy. Ni Yang said, look how good Sister Ronghua is. She's tall, has good looks, a job, and even a high salary. Her personality isn't bad either. She's loving towards her brother and respectful to her parents. For a girl to be like her is already quite remarkable. Compared to other women her age, Li Ronghua really stood out. She had everything that one could ask for, and didn't lose to anyone else. Wu Daming scratched his head. Sixth sister-in-law, you're so close to her, of course, you would speak on her behalf. How come he never noticed all of Li Ronghua's good qualities? To him, Li Ronghua always looked like a tomboy. The kind that can't get married. Ni Yang, smiling, said, I'm just speaking the truth. Oh, by the way, do you want to come over to my place? Wu Daming waved his hands. No, I've got other things to do. Oh right, sixth sister-in-law, the sixth brother will be back in a couple of days. Ni Yang nodded, I know. How do you know? Wu Daming looked surprised. Ni Yang said, he's in Sea City, not abroad, we talk on the phone every day. Oh. As they were speaking, Wu Daming seemed to remember something, then said, sixth sister-in-law, is that your car? Yeah. Wu Daming continued, sixth sister-in-law, you must be really skilled at driving, right? By the end, his eyes were gleaming. Ni Yang modestly said, of course, how else would I be your sixth sister-in-law? Wu Daming, full of admiration, said, sixth sister-in-law, you're so amazing, I knew it must have been you I saw on the street that time. Now he finally understood why Mo Chishan fell for Ni Yang. You saw me on the street? Ni Yang was somewhat surprised. Wu Daming nodded, yeah, I saw your car nearly flying. Thinking about that scene still made his heart race and his blood boil. Keep it low-key. Ni Yang, smiling, patted Wu Daming's shoulder. At that moment, Shengguan Su stood on the second-floor balcony and called out to Ni Yang, Yang, you got a phone call. Oh, coming. Ni Yang turned to Wu Daming and said, they'll go back inside then. If you have time, come over to my place with Brother Mo. Sure. Wu Daming nodded. Ni Yang went inside to answer the phone. It was Li Tong who had called. She simply wanted to meet up with Ni Yang to buy a few more boxes of the limited edition Ice Jade Skin. Ni Yang readily agreed to meet Li Tong. They agreed to meet the next morning. Shengguan Shi came over from the other side, curiously asking, Yang, who was that? Ni Yang replied, a new friend I just met, she's looking to buy some Ice Jade Skin from me. Oh. Shengguan Shi nodded. The next morning, just as Ni Yang was about to leave, two unexpected guests arrived at her home. It was Lu Qi and Lu Ru. Ni Yang, are your uncle and aunt at home? Although Ni Yang had some small issues with Lu Ru, Lu Qi's character was really beyond reproach, so she nodded, my mom is at home, I'll take you inside. As visitors came, after entering the house, Ni Yang went to pour water for the siblings. Thank you, said Lu Ru, accepting the glass and taking the initiative to thank her. Ni Yang looked at Lu Ru with some surprise, you're welcome. Time really is a wonderful thing, it could even polish a haughty young miss into this. You could tell that Lu Ru had indeed changed a lot. In fact, after all these experiences, Lu Ru had definitely grown up. Looking back, it all felt like a dream. If time could start over, she would definitely not covet those things that didn't belong to her. She would be down to earth. Ni Tsuhua came downstairs and was surprised to see the siblings. Lu Qi and Lu Ru stood up from the sofa to greet her actively, Auntie. Ni Tsuhua said with a smile, have a seat, what brings you two here? She had thought that these siblings would have left for Taiwan Island long ago. Lu Qi said, Auntie, my sister and I are preparing to go back to Taiwan Island, so we specially came over to tell you. This would probably be his last time seeing the Ni family and Ni Yang. Since it was his mother who had wronged Ni Tsuehua, he felt it was only right to speak to Ni Tsuehua before leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1029. This is the gap _2. Sorry not to live up to my own conscience. Enrich was stunned. What about your parents? Lu Qi said, they have also been transferred to the prison on Taiwan Island. Enrich nodded. Are you flying out? Yes, on the flight tonight, Lu Qi answered. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Auntie, thank you. Lu Qi and Lu Ru both stood up and bowed to Enrich. After speaking with Enrich about this matter, the siblings said their goodbyes. Enrich and Ni Yen saw them out to the door. As they stepped out of the Ni family's courtyard, Zhao Shuyue arrived. Zhao Shuyue was carrying a bag of things. Auntie. Zhao Shuyue nodded and stuffed the things in her hand into Lu Qi's hands. Take this with you to eat on the way. Inside was a pastry Zhao Shuyue had made herself. Lu Qi had especially loved these pastries the first time he visited Zhao Shuyue's home. Auntie, thank you. Zhao Shuyue sighed. Xiaoqi, your parents are your parents, you are you. After returning to Taiwan Island, forget the things of Beijing and start a new life with Xiaoru. Okay. Lu Qi nodded. Auntie, you also take good care of yourself. I will. Off you go. Auntie, goodbye. Zhao Shuyue waved to the siblings. The siblings glanced back at Zhao Shuyue's stooping figure, their eyes slightly reddened. Especially Lu Ru, she now regretted her past behavior immensely. It was her fault. She owed Zhao Shuyue an apology. After Lu Qi and Lu Ru left, Ni Yen drove to the place arranged with Li Tong. Seeing Ni Yen get out of a small sedan, Li Tong exclaimed in surprise, Ni Yen, you can drive? Ni Yen nodded. That's really amazing. Li Tong continued, how did you learn? It took me over a month just to learn to ride a bicycle. How long did you take to learn this? Ni Yen smiled, it's easier than a bicycle. Really? Li Tong expressed skepticism. Ni Yen nodded, really. Li Tong thought to herself that when she had money, she would also buy a small car to drive. But the day when she would have money seemed not too far off. The effects of were extremely good, the elders in the family were very happy, and Li Tong was also excited. Right, Harris the you wanted. Ni Yen took out 3 boxes of from the passenger seat and handed them to Li Tong. Thank you, Ni Yen. Seeing them, Li Tong's eyes lit up. These were limited edition versions of impossible to buy in the market. It was because Ni Yen was kind and willing to do her this favor. You're welcome, Ni Yen smiled slightly. Li Tong then said, it's also time for lunch, let me treat you to lunch. Then I won't be polite. Don't be polite with me, we are friends after all. Li Tong took Ni Yen to a restaurant, and the two chatted and ate, getting along splendidly. Elsewhere, at Ihua University. Ever since using, Zhang Qiuying's skin had just gotten better and better. Now, Wang Lisha was becoming restless. Since her skin was somewhat similar to Zhang Qiuying's, both dry, and both prone to flaking in the winter. Seeing Zhang Qiuying's skin becoming increasingly hydrated while her own was drying out, flaking worse, how could she not be distressed? After much inquiring, she finally found a physical store selling and bought facial cleanser and aloe vera gel back, but she hadn't managed to get the best-selling whitening and moisturizing cream. After using the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel for only 2 days, the flakiness of Wang Lisha's skin had improved a lot. Wang Lisha, looking at herself in the mirror, was very happy, but the thought of not managing to buy the whitening moisturizer made her smile fade. If the normal facial cleanser and aloe gel could have such good results, then the limited edition could only be better. One look at Zhang Qiuying was proof enough. Zhang Qiuying's skin now is more than 10 times better than hers. She isn't any less attractive than Zhang Qiuying. If she could use the limited edition products, she would surely be even more beautiful. Just then, footsteps sounded from outside. Ah! Wang Lisha. I was wondering why your skin has been getting better these past few days. It turns out you've been sneakily using the Ice Jade Skin Cream. I remember just a few days ago, certain people were saying that the Ice Jade Skin Cream would ruin your face. So, does your face hurt now? Because she was afraid of being mocked by Zhang Qiuying, Wang Lisha had been secretly using the Ice Jade Skin Cream. Now that Zhang Qiuying had seen her, there was no need to hide it anymore. What? Is the Ice Jade Skin Cream your family's property? Are you the only one allowed to use it? Wang Lisha retorted. Wang Lisha had regrets as well. If she had known how great the Ice Jade Skin Cream was, she wouldn't have fallen out with Zhang Qiuying so badly. Zhang Qiuying smiled and said, Miss Wang, I have to say, your face is exceptionally thick. If I were you, even at the risk of death, I wouldn't use the Ice Jade Skin Cream. Wang Lisha wanted to respond with sarcasm, but remembering that she still needed something from Zhang Qiuying, her attitude softened. Mind your own business. After speaking, Wang Lisha picked up a box of cookies and handed it to Zhang Qiuying. These are from my mom, sent over from our side. You can't buy them in Beijing. Zhang Qiuying looked at Wang Lisha strangely. Are you sick? Wang Lisha didn't respond. Instead, she grabbed another box of cookies and stuffed it into Li Huilan's arms. Here, this is for you. Li Huilan was just as surprised by Wang Lisha's actions. Zhang Qiuying continued, Wang Lisha, you didn't put poison in the cookies, did you? Take it or leave it. Wang Lisha glanced at Zhang Qiuying. I'm off to the cafeteria. Watching Wang Lisha's retreating figure, Zhang Qiuying wondered to herself, am I dreaming? Could Wang Lisha actually be this nice? Something doesn't feel right. Li Huilan said, I also feel she's acting a bit off today. Zhang Qiuying's eyes fell on the Ice Jade Skin Cream nearby. Smiling, she said, I think I know what's going on. What is it? Li Huilan asked curiously. Zhang Qiuying said, I'll keep it a secret for now, you'll find out in a few days. Today was the day Mo Qishan returned. Ni Yang had arranged on the phone with Mo Qishan last night to go eat Japanese food together today. After their meal, the two strolled through the streets of Beijing, getting ready to buy movie tickets at the cinema. Wu Yenyun has been in a very bad mood these past few days. Because for several days, the Ni family hadn't sought her out again. She had an intuition that the Ni family might have genuinely given up on her as their daughter. Even though she had always refused to acknowledge the Ni family. But now that the Ni family didn't come to claim her, she felt empty inside. A strange and uncomfortable sensation. She wondered if Enitsuehua had ever truly considered her a biological daughter. If Enitsuehua had, would she not come to claim her now? Aren't they mother and daughter? Perhaps she could never measure up to Ni Yang and little Ni Yun in Ni Kuihua's heart, that was the difference. If they didn't acknowledge her, then so be it. Without the Ni family, she could still live well. She was determined to make everyone take notice. Wu Yenyun heaved a deep sigh. Preoccupied, Wu Yenyun didn't notice a car speeding close by. By the time Wu Yenyun realized, the car was already about to hit her. Her face turned pale in an instant. At that moment, someone grasped her arm, and with a strong pull, she was yanked away. The car narrowly missed her by inches. It was incredibly dangerous. Are you okay? A concerned voice came from above her. Wu Yenyun let out a sigh of relief, feeling an exhilarating sense of having narrowly escaped death. That was close. She was nearly hit by the car. She should thank her savior properly. Wu Yenyun looked up and her smile froze on her lips. Why is it you? Could it be that Ni Yang arranged for the car? Definitely Ni Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1030, Sisterhood Broken. All of this was orchestrated by Ni Yang. Did Ni Yang really think she could use such despicable means to make herself feel grateful, to forgive her? Did she think she was so easy to deceive? She wasn't a 3-year-old child. I don't need your help. Wu Yenyun pushed Ni Yang away. Ni Yang, stop with your fake kindness here. Don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. Who are you putting on this show for? You really make me sick. Ni Yang didn't fight back and just watched Wu Yenyun, a layer of desolation welling up inside her. Saving Wu Yenyun was no accident. No matter what, this person was her own sister, and she couldn't remain indifferent and let Wu Yenyun die right there. If she had still held a sliver of hope for this sister before, now, she was thoroughly disappointed in her. Mo Chishan slightly furrowed his brow. Ni Yang had already told him about Wu Yenyun's situation over the phone. Although he had long known that Wu Yenyun refused to acknowledge the Ni family, he hadn't expected her to be this excessive. If it hadn't been for Ni Yang just now, who knows what state she would be in if that small sedan had hit her, and now she's treating Ni Yang like this. Ni Yang might tolerate it, seeing Wu Yenyun as her sister, but he couldn't. Who do you think you are? Mo Chishan grabbed Wu Yenyun's wrist. If it weren't for Yang Yang, could you be living like this now? You're ungrateful. Neither Ni Yang nor Ni Tsuehua had ever cursed at her like this. Wu Yenyun was stunned, looking incredulously at Mo Chishan. She was the one who had been abandoned, so how could she be the ungrateful one? It was Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang who had wronged her. What right did Mo Chishan have to blame her? Just because he was Ni Yang's boyfriend? Because he was Ni Yang's boyfriend, could Mo Chishan just ignore the facts? Mo Chishan looked at Wu Yenyun with a very cold expression. Even Ni Yang had never seen such a side of Mo Chishan. His lips were tightly pursed, his cold features seemed to be covered with an impenetrable layer of thin ice, and he exuded a violent air that was vastly different from his usual gentle demeanor. Wu Yenyun, ask yourself, if it weren't for Yang Yang, could you live as comfortably as you do now? Your family's house belongs to Yang Yang, your father's company was funded by Yang Yang's money. Even your life was saved by Yang Yang. Think about it, how many times has Yang Yang saved you? What right do you have to yell at Yang Yang? The kind of person Mo Chishan hated most in his life was an ungrateful one like Wu Yenyun. If Wu Yenyun weren't Ni Yang's sister, Mo Chishan wouldn't have this kind of patience. But he had to give Ni Yang some face. She owes me. Wu Yenyun choked out. Yang Yang owes you? What does she owe you? As your older sister, she owes you nothing. Mo Chishan continued, if anything, it's you who owes Yang Yang. Think about it yourself, everything you eat, use, and wear, isn't it all because of Yang Yang? Wu Yenyun, if you truly have any pride, then from today on, stop using anything that belongs to Yang Yang. Without Ni Yang's help, what was Wu Yenyun? She wouldn't even be able to attend school. Rest assured, I will never use anything of Ni Yang's again. Wu Yenyun turned to look at Ni Yang. They were all forcing her. All of them. And it wasn't even her fault to begin with. Why were they treating her like this? You'd better remember your words today. Mo Chishan released Wu Yenyun without any mercy, his voice was even colder than ice. Due to the sudden force, Wu Yenyun fell hard to the ground, feeling a sharp pain shoot through her palm as it made contact with the floor. Just then, a dark shadow enveloped Wu Yenyun. She looked up. It was Ni Yang. What did she want to do? Mock her with a few taunting words? Wu Yenyun bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. Ni Yang looked down at Wu Yenyun from above, and took a white pearl bracelet off her hand. Now that it's come to this, the sisterly bond between us is also over. As she finished speaking, the pearl necklace slid from Ni Yang's hand to the ground. Snap, the thread broke upon hitting the floor. White pearls scattered all over. In that moment, Wu Yenyun's tears surged forth, just like these beads that had broken off their string. That pearl bracelet was what she had bought with her first month's salary as a gift for Ni Yang. It wasn't expensive. Just 5 yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1031, Sisterhood Ends. _2. But the significance of this was immense. At that time, she didn't know that Ni Young was her sister. At that time, they were as close as sisters. Even after the last major fallout, Ni Young didn't take off the bracelet. But this time, Wu Yenyun couldn't quite describe how she felt. Was she the one who was wrong? But it clearly wasn't her fault. Was being discarded also a mistake? "Let's go," said Mo Chishan as he took Ni Yang's hand, but in an instant, he reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor. It's as if the man radiating hostility was nothing but an illusion. Wu Yenyun watched their retreating backs, unable to get up from the ground for a long time. Ni Yang. Wu Yenyun shouted, "What are you worth without the Jing family? If the one thrown away were you, I would be you now." "You're mistaken," Ni Yang glanced back slightly. "Without the Jing family, I would still be me. And if the one thrown away were me and not you, then you wouldn't necessarily be you." Everything Ni Yang had was earned through her own abilities. She had never relied on anyone. Even in her previous life, when she became the famous entrepreneur Miss Ni, she never depended on anybody. The word rely wasn't in her dictionary. Considering Wu Yanyun's current situation, she might not have the fortitude that Ni Yang possessed. "Compared to me, you're living in paradise." Compared to Ni Yang, Wu Yenyun was incredibly fortunate. At least she had parents who loved her, and in times of turmoil, a sister to protect her. Yet she failed to cherish it. In a past life, when Ni Yang was deep in the mire, she wished dearly for a benefactor to reach down and pull her up. But there were none. It took her a full 10 years to climb to a future of success. Wu Yenyun had no right to speak of fairness now. Having said that, Ni Yang walked away, arm in arm with Mo Chishan. Wu Yenyun lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Yenyun?" Just then, a familiar voice sounded overhead. "Sister Jiao Jiao?" Wu Yenyun's voice was hoarse. Du Jiao Jiao quickly helped Wu Yenyun to her feet. "What happened? Who bullied you?" "Nothing," Wu Yenyun hastily wiped away her tears. "I just fell down by accident." In her panic, Wu Yenyun glanced behind Du Jiao Jiao. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Grandfather Du wasn't there. If Grandfather Du saw her in such a wretched state, she wouldn't have the face to see him again. Du Jiao Jiao continued, "Are you really okay?" "Oh, I was about to go find Yang Yang. Do you want to come with me?" Wu Yanyun's expression darkened momentarily, shaking her head. "I have something else to do, so I won't go." "Oh," nodded Du Jiao Jiao, "but are you really okay?" Seeing Wu Yenyun in such an unusual state, Du Jiao Jiao was a bit worried. "I'm really fine." Wu Yenyun looked at Du Jiao Jiao, adding, "Sister Jiao Jiao, Ni Yang is two-faced and isn't worth getting close to. Be careful not to be deceived by her." After saying that, Wu Yenyun turned and walked away. Du Jiao Jiao stared at Wu Yanyun's retreating figure, taking a moment to process the situation. What was going on? Hadn't Wu Yenyun and Ni Yang been on good terms before? Why was she suddenly speaking ill of Ni Yang now? Did Ni Yang do something to betray her? But Ni Yang wasn't that kind of person. How strange. Burdened with doubts, Du Jiao Jiao continued to walk forward. After Wu Yenyun returned home, she planned to sort out all the things Ni Yang had given her. But as she was sorting, she realized that almost everything in the house was from Ni Yang. Clothes, review materials, backpacks, even the house was Ni Yang's. It seemed that the only option was to pay Ni Yang back. When Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu got back, Wu Yenyun said, "Mom and Dad, can you give me some money? I need to pay Ni Yang back." Yan Erju said, "Xiaoyun, Yang Yang is your sister. How can you call her by her full name? When did you ever borrow money from Yang Yang? She is not my sister. I've made that clear to her today. From now on, our family will keep our distance from her, and I will no longer use anything from Ni Yang. And yes, let's not live in her house anymore either, let's move out." "Have you lost your mind?" Yan Erju frowned and said, "Everything our family has now was given by Yang Yang. Do you think you can repay that so easily? Do you know how much you're hurting her feelings? Yen Erju truly hadn't expected Wu Yenyun to change like this. This daughter had become almost unrecognizable to her. Wu Yenyun wasn't like this before. Wu Yenyun retorted, "Why can't it be repaid? Isn't our family construction company making a lot of money now? Can't we just pay Yang back? At worst, repay tenfold." As far as she knew, the construction company was making thousands a month, and in good times, it could make 10,000. The Wu family was certainly not short of money now. Although Yang had bought her many things, if the items couldn't be returned, paying back the money would suffice. It was precisely because of this that Wu Yenyun felt so confident in front of Yang. If it weren't for Yang Yang's financial support, could our construction company have even started? Wu Jinshu couldn't stand it any longer. "Don't forget who helped you get where you are. Xiao Yun, we have to have a conscience as human beings. Paying back the money is easy, but what about the kindness? This favor couldn't fully be repaid. Without Yang's guidance and help, Wu Jinshu's construction company would not have been able to make any money, even if it had been established." Wu Yenyun was an honest person, and he was well aware of his own limitations. Yen Erju continued, "If you truly want to sever ties with Yang, then go be a stepmother to Wu Chang's 2 children right now. Then we can go live in that dilapidated little house. You must have forgotten about the hard times after living so well for too long." Wu Yenyun's mind went boom. She couldn't understand why everyone was speaking up for Yang. Even her adoptive parents were the same. Was it just because Yang had money that everyone was trying to curry favor with her? Or was it because she wasn't their biological child, so they didn't really care about her? Wu Yenyun felt her life was like a joke. She'd always been living in deception. Seeing Wu Yenyun like this, Yen Erju sighed, "Xiao Yun, stop being so stubborn. Yang is a sister that's hard to come by, you should treasure her. Listen to your mother, the bond between sisters only comes once, there is no next life. Does she deserve to be a sister? Why does everyone take her side? Just because she has money, because I am not your biological child?" Wu Yenyun turned to look at Yen Erju. Yen Erju was stunned, her eyes reddening as she looked at Wu Yenyun. She had always treated Wu Yenyun as her own daughter and never expected Wu Yenyun to say such a thing. "What are you saying? Your mother has been so good to you, when did she ever not treat you as her own?" Wu Jinshu also got angry because of Wu Yenyun's words. "I am your daughter. Why do you always speak for Yang? If you like Yang so much, why did you pick me up in the first place? Go acknowledge Yang as your daughter. Rather than enduring these pains, it would have been better if they'd let her die back then. Why let her live like this?" Wu Yenyun, too angry to care, was just saying things she found satisfying and didn't realize how hurtful her words were. Yen Erju looked at Wu Yenyun, and tears flowed down like rain. 17 years ago, when Wu Yenyun was picked up, she had been so tiny. A baby fusses at night in the first month and needs to be fed several times. She didn't have breast milk, so in the dead of winter, she had to get up to feed her several times each night. It was not easy for her to raise the baby. She could never have imagined that one day Wu Yenyun would blame her for having picked her up in the first place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1032, What is Upbringing? Yen Erju looked at Wu Yenyun and just felt that her daughter was excessively strange. Very strange. Wu Jinshu realized something was off in the atmosphere and frowned as he spoke. "Yenyun, what nonsense are you talking about? She is your mother. Without her, there'd be no you. Even if you're angry, you can't talk to your mother like that. Dad, do you think you're not biased?" Wu Yenyun said, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Wu Jinshu. "You actually like Yang too, right? In your heart, you wish Yang was your daughter." "Yes, how can someone as unsuccessful as me be fit to be your daughter?" I'm sorry. I've disgraced you. Since you don't like me, you shouldn't have let her pick me up in the first place. Wu Yanyan had truly had enough. These past days, she had been living in Ni Yang's shadow. Everyone had been telling her to forgive Ni Yang, to forgive the Ni family. If she didn't, she would be seen as an ingrate. But had they ever considered that she was the victim? They had no right to accuse her. Wu Jinshu took a deep breath. After all, he was a man, so his endurance was much better than Wu Yanyan's. Yanyan, you're still young. When you grow older and have children of your own, when you become a parent, then you will know how difficult it is to raise a child. Go back to your room. You still have school tomorrow. Get some rest early tonight. Urju, let's go back to our room too. Wu Jinshu took Yen Urju's hand and walked back inside the house. If the standoff continued, the conflict would roll on like a snowball, growing larger and larger. Children are irrational. Parents cannot afford to be irrational as well. Urju, let's go. Wu Jinshu pulled Yen Urju back into the room and closed the door. Yen Urju lay on the bed, sobbing deep and muffled cries. For Wu Yanyan, in her younger days, she had endured so much from her mother-in-law. But now Wu Yanyan was treating her like this. No one could understand the sourness in her heart. Wu Jinshu consoled her, Urju, let it be. She's just a child who hasn't grown up yet. Just give it a few years, she will be fine. Why are you getting angry with your own child? Look at me, I'm not angry at all. Actually, our Yanyan is very sensible, it's just that she's a bit confused at the moment. Everyone has impulsive moments, she didn't do it on purpose. Yen Urju was speechless, her shoulders trembling. Is being non-biological really that significant? How could this child say such things to her? Yen Urju was not angry, she was heartbroken. Wu Jinshu continued, Urju, let it go. Yanyan didn't mean it, don't be upset. It took quite some time before Yen Urju stopped crying. Only then did Wu Jinshu breathe a sigh of relief. Urju, you sleep first, I'll go check on Yanyan. As a father and the man of the house, at times like this, he could only act as the peacemaker, comforting both sides. A harmonious family leads to prosperity in all things. Yen Urju nodded, go ahead. Wu Yanyan wasn't doing much better, lying with her face down at the desk, weeping quietly. She felt the world was truly unfair. Even if she had not been the Wu family's biological child before, at least, her adoptive parents had treated her like their own. But now, they had changed. They had become strangers to her. Today, if she was their biological child, they definitely wouldn't treat her like this. Yanyan? There came a knock at the door. Wu Yanyan sniffed and ignored Wu Jinshu outside. Wu Jinshu continued, Yanyan, I'm coming in. After a few seconds, Wu Jinshu pushed the door open from the outside. Wu Yanyan acted as if she hadn't heard these noises. Wu Jinshu brought a small stool over and sat next to Wu Yanyan. Yanyan, I've washed an apple for you. Do you want to eat one? Wu Yanyan said nothing. Wu Jinshu went on, Yanyan, I know you have difficulties and grievances, but you're not the only one in pain. Whether it's Yang Yang or Yang Yang's mom, they have their own hardships. Born in a tough time, everyone had no choice. Saying this, Wu Jinshu sighed, if you don't want to forgive them, your mom and I won't force you. But child, we cannot be people without conscience. Think about it carefully. Should you really treat your mom with that attitude tonight? No matter what, she is the person who raised you single-handedly. Without her, you wouldn't be here. Perhaps it was this sentence that struck a nerve in Wu Yanyan, as she suddenly looked up at Wu Jinshu. But I never begged you to raise me. Growing up, Wu Yanyan had never once resented her family situation. Because she knew how hard it was for her parents to raise her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1033, What is Upbringing? _2. But now, her parents had suddenly changed. If she had known this would happen, enrich might as well not have picked her up and brought her home in the first place. Then she wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Maybe someone better off would have taken her in, then she wouldn't have met Young and endured all this pain. Yan, you are my daughter, and I am your father, so I won't get angry if you say these things to me. But it's different with your mom. You've been raised by your mom since you were a baby, through all the filth and mess. How would you feel if, as a mother, you heard that the child you've raised from birth spoke of you this way? If you were in her shoes, would you be sad? Think about it, has your mom ever treated you badly? At this point, Wu Jinshu paused before continuing. Your mom didn't say anything bad, she just doesn't want to see you regret it later on. I won't regret it. I will never forgive the Ni family in my life. There was no point in further persuasion at this juncture. Wu Jinshu said, as long as you don't regret it, that's fine. Otherwise, when you grow up and think back on today, you might blame your mom and me for not having advised you. Wu Yanyan sniffled and remained silent. Wu Jinshu went on, go and apologize to your mom. She's had a tough time. Okay, I understand. Wu Yanyan stood up and walked toward the master bedroom. Inside the master bedroom, enrich's emotions had mostly stabilized, but her eyes were still red. Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way just now. Enrich lifted her head to look at Wu Yanyan, watching her daughter who was gradually growing up, and felt her nose twinge, nearly on the verge of tears again. Having said this, Wu Yanyan turned and walked towards the door. Wu Jinshu came in from the side. Forget it, Erju. Since the child has apologized, let's not be angry. Enrich choked up and spoke, I'm not angry. The next day, Enrich and Wu Jinshu prepared to visit the Ni family. Having said those things to them the day before, Wu Yanyan must have said even harsher words to Young and the rest. No matter what, they couldn't let the Ni family feel disheartened. Although Wu Yanyan had made it clear that she did not recognize the Ni family, their attitude remained as cordial as ever. Ni Tsuhua immediately made tea for them. Yang's mom, Yang, we've not raised our child well, and we owe you an apology. Both husband and wife felt extremely guilty. Young brought out fruit and placed it on the coffee table. Godfather, godmother, I know this isn't your fault. Even though Yanyan refuses to acknowledge us, you two are still my godparents. This matter didn't involve Wu Jinshu and Enrich. This couple was truly exceptional. Wu Jinshu and Enrich had never expected Young to still be willing to call them godparents. They felt a complex mix of emotions. What does it mean to be well-bred? Perhaps, this was it. Although Young and Wu Yanyan were blood sisters, the difference between them was more than just a little. Yang, thank you. Enrich held Yang's hand, her nose slightly tingling. Young smiled faintly, godmother, we should be the ones thanking you for raising Yanyan to adulthood. The visit to the Ni family left the couple with many emotions. Back at home, Wu Jinshu and Enrich instructed Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong. No matter whom they forgot in the future, even if they disrespected their own parents, they must never forget Young. Young had shown great kindness to their family. Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong nodded, Mom and Dad, don't worry, Erlong and I would never be as heartless as our elder sister. Meanwhile, at the Ni family's small courtyard, Shangguanxi was carrying a bag, rushing indoors. She was hurrying and failed to notice a banana peel on the ground. Just as she was about to step on it, Young came from the opposite side and gently kicked it into a nearby trash can. Shangguanxi gave a thumbs up, Yang, you could go play soccer with skills like that. Young laughed, I might just give it a try tomorrow. By the way, Sister Xiaoxi, why are you in such a hurry? Shangguanxi said, I'm going back home to change clothes. I have things to do later. How about I give you a ride on my way out, offered Young. Sure, Shangguanxi nodded, then I'll go change right now. Before long, Shangguanxi came downstairs, changed into a pink down jacket, and had even applied lipstick, looking much prettier than usual. A fair lady is a gentleman's good match. Ni Yang teased, Sister Xiaoxi is dressed up so beautifully, are you going on a date? A blush quietly crept onto Shangguan Zai's face. Are you really going on a date? Ni Yang asked. Shangguan she nodded. Ni Yang continued, is your date with Zhuoling? Shangguan she nodded again. Shangguan had thought that Ni Yang would definitely try to persuade her not to be with Zhuoling, but Ni Yang didn't say much. She neatly fastened her seatbelt, started the engine, and drove away. Yang, aren't you going to advise me against being with Zhuoling anymore? Ni Yang smiled and looked back, if I advised you, would you listen? Shangguan she shook her head. Ni Yang went on, since you wouldn't listen to me, there's no use in me saying more. Besides, I've always said that a fox will eventually reveal its tail. Ni Yang now had a better way to make Zhuoling show his true colors. There was no use in saying more. Zhuoling is not a fox at all. Shangguan she claimed. Ni Yang smiled slightly, Sister Xiaoxi, have you only been in love once? Shangguan she exclaimed in surprise, Yang, how did you know? Zhuoling was her first love, and she was his. Ni Yang said, I can tell. Mainly because you're too naive, Sister Xiaoxi. Anyone with a bit more experience in love wouldn't be like you. Shangguan she responded speechlessly, Yang, you're several years younger than me. You talk as if you've been in many relationships. The car was fast, and it didn't take long to arrive downtown. You can stop here, Shangguan she said. Ni Yang pulled over to the curb. Shangguan she opened the door and waved at Ni Yang, see you, Yang. Ni Yang followed up, when will you return tonight, Sister Xiaoxi? I'll come to pick you up. Shangguan she waved her hand, no need, I'll take the bus back. After separating from Ni Yang, Shangguan she arrived at the cafe where she and Zhuoling had agreed to meet. By the time she arrived, Zhuoling was already there. Zhuoling was a very attentive person and very conscious of time. He never arrived late for a date, only early. Shangguan she really liked this about him. Xiaoxi, you're here, Zhuoling said as he immediately stood up from the sofa. Have you been waiting long? Shangguan she asked somewhat embarrassedly. Zhuoling shook his head, no, I just got here. As he spoke, he handed the menu to Shangguan she, choose whatever you like, Xiaoxi. Shangguan she took the menu, I'll have a caramel macchiato, what about you? I'll have the same as you, Zhuoling said. In fact, Zhuoling didn't really like these kinds of drinks. He was just deliberately accommodating Shangguan she to create more common topics of conversation. Shangguan she nodded, waiter, 2 caramel macchiatos, please. Sure, please wait a moment. After finishing their coffee, the two went to watch a movie. While buying tickets, a familiar voice rang out from behind, Shangguan Xiaoxi. Shangguan she glanced back slightly, only to see Wu Chenjun approaching. Wu number 3, you're also here to see a movie. Sister Xiaoxi, hi. Standing next to Wu Chenjun was a girl about 17 or 18 years old, Wu Chenjun's younger cousin. Anan, you're here too. Zhou Anan nodded, I came with my brother. Xiaoxi, I've got the tickets, Zhuoling said, coming over from the other side. Oh, then let's go quickly. Wu Chenjun lifted his chin slightly, Shangguan Xiaoxi, aren't you going to introduce us to this gentleman? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1034, I've heard so much about you. Shangguan she smiled and said, this is my boyfriend Zhuoling, this is my childhood friend Wu Chenjun, and this is his cousin Zhou Anan. Wu Chenjun took the initiative to reach out his right hand, Mr. Zhua, I have heard much about you. From a distance last time, Wu Chenjun thought Shangguan Zai's boyfriend wasn't much to look at, and now up close, he seemed even less impressive. Shangguan Zai's taste in men was questionable, to say the least. She actually liked this kind of pretty boy. Hello. Zuoling reached out to shake Wu Chenjun's hand. In the gaze that passed between Zuoling and Wu Chenjun, Zuoling knew that Wu Chenjun didn't come with good intentions. Perhaps he came because of Shangguan Shi. Right, Shangguan Shi was so beautiful, who knows how many men outside coveted her. But even if Wu Chenjun liked Shangguan Shi, what of it? Wu Chenjun lived in a small villa, drove a compact car, and still lost to him. So what if you have money? With money, you still get stepped on beneath my feet. Zuoling felt a full sense of superiority, reaching out to put his arm around Shangguan Zai's shoulder. Xiaoxi, let's go inside, the movie is about to start. Okay. Shangguan Shi turned her head to greet Wu Chenjun and Zhou Ainan. Well, go in first then. Zhou Ainan nodded. Okay, Sister Xiaoxi, you guys go ahead. Wu Chenjun's face remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on Zuoling's hand resting on Shangguan Zai's shoulder. He wanted to chop off Zuoling's hand with an axe. Brother. Zhou Ainan nudged Wu Chenjun, they're already far away. Damn. Wu Chenjun threw away the drink bottle in his hand, heart filled with an indescribable frustration. Brother, do you like Sister Xiaoxi? Zhou Ainan asked tentatively. Wu Chenjun had been abroad for 3 years and only recently came back. During this time, his family had introduced him to many girls, but Wu Chenjun wasn't interested in any of them. Could it be that Wu Chenjun fancied Shangguan Shi? Zhou Ainan swallowed hard. Brother, you don't really like Sister Xiaoxi, do you? Wu Chenjun didn't speak. Zhou Ainan continued, Brother, does Sister Xiaoxi know that you like her? I think her boyfriend isn't even half as handsome as you. Sister Xiaoxi's taste is really poor. If I were her. Wu Chenjun looked at Zhou Ainan and cut her off directly. Go watch the movie yourself. I have something to do, I'm leaving first. With that, Wu Chenjun turned and walked away. Zhou Ainan couldn't even catch up. After the movie ended, it was already past 6 in the evening. At 6 in the winter, it was already very dark. Zuoling escorted Shangguan Shi to the bus station. The bus came every half hour, and when they arrived, the latest bus had just left. Zuoling looked around and then said, Xiaoxi, wait here for me for a moment. Shangguan Shi nodded. It was quite a while before Zuoling reappeared in front of Shangguan Shi. Unexpectedly to Shangguan Shi, Zuoling was on one knee in front of her. What are you doing? Shangguan Shi was startled. Several passengers waiting for the bus also seemed surprised. Zuoling looked at Shangguan Shi, very earnestly. Xiaoxi, will you marry me? What? A marriage proposal. Shangguan Shi covered her mouth, completely astonished. Zuoling took out a ring from his pocket. Xiaoxi, today is the 1198th day since we met, and also 3 years and 1 month. The great man once said, any romance not aimed at marriage is frivolous. I'm an honest man, not good at sweet talk, and because of my limited ability, I couldn't even prepare a decent ring for you, but I know that you are not a vain girl. This ring, although it's neither gold nor silver, represents my sincere heart. I love you. Shangguan Shi. Please give me the chance to take care of you. Ever since meeting Wu Chenjun, Zuoling always felt a sense of crisis. He was afraid Shangguan Shi would fall for someone else, as people tend to change. Who knows what Shangguan Shi would be like in the future? The most important thing was that Wu Chenjun was richer than him. So, the best solution now was to make Shangguan Shi a member of the Zhou family quickly. Once Shangguan Shi became part of the Zhou family, she wouldn't dare to entertain any whimsical thoughts. Zuoling knew girls too well. Girls like Shangguan Shi loved to hear sweet nothings because they were so naive and simple. A few words from a man could easily make them head over heels. So what if there's no diamond ring? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1035, I've heard so much about you. Enrich would marry Shang Guanxi even without a diamond ring. Shang Guanxi, with slightly red eyes, looked at Zhuo Ling and had to admit that she was moved by him. Zhuo Ling, Xiaoxi, will you marry me, please? Zhuo Ling continued, although my salary is only a little over 100 yuan a month and I can't afford an expensive diamond ring, please believe me, one day, I will bring the most gorgeous diamond ring in the world before you. Please marry me. Upon hearing this, the passengers waiting for the bus were all stunned. Goodness! This young man is really impressive. He earns 100 yuan a month. And he's so good to his girlfriend. Such good men are really rare these days. Marry him. Marry him. The onlookers began clapping their hands. This kind of atmosphere is the most misleading. Shang Guanxi reached out and took the ring made of wild grass, nodded with her eyes slightly red, okay. This answer was what Zhuo Ling had expected, but he still pretended to be surprised, lifting Shang Guanxi up and cheered, thank you, Xiaoxi. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance. Being lifted up in front of everyone, Shang Guanxi was quite embarrassed. Put me down quickly, the bus is about to come. Zhuo Ling put down Shang Guanxi. The bus arrived shortly after, and Zhuo Ling got on with Shang Guanxi. Shang Guanxi reminded him, Zhuo Ling, you got on the wrong bus. Your home is in the opposite direction. Zhuo Ling smiled and said, it's okay, I'll take you home. Then how will you get back? Asked Shang Guanxi. Zhuo Ling casually replied, I'll take the bus back later, taking you home is the most important thing now. Shang Guanxi was very fortunate to have a boyfriend as good as Zhuo Ling. Zhuo Ling, thank you. Zhuo Ling smiled and said, we'll be family soon, you don't need to thank me. Shang Guanxi shyly lowered her head. Zhuo Ling continued, Xiaoxi, when do you plan to marry me? He had already planned that after Shang Guanxi married him, he would have her quit her job at the factory, stay at home with peace of mind, tending the house and looking after the elders. After all, Shang Guanxi didn't make much money a month anyway. With Shang Guanxi around, there would be no need to hire a nanny, saving some nanny expenses as well. Shang Guanxi was so beautiful, she could hold her own in gatherings outside and serve as a nanny at home, and could have sons to continue the family line. Such a good wife was hard to find. He was really capable. He had wooed Shang Guanxi with just a grass-made ring. Could any other man do that? Zhuo Ling felt more self-satisfied, and his smile widened. Shang Guanxi curiously said, what are you smiling about? Zhuo Ling put his arm around Shang Guanxi's shoulders, I'm just feeling secretly happy. Secretly happy? Shang Guanxi was slow to catch on. Zhuo Ling continued, to be able to marry such a gentle, kind, beautiful, and generous wife, how could I not feel secretly happy? At these words, Shang Guanxi became even more embarrassed. Was she really that excellent in Zhuo Ling's eyes? Zhuo Ling added, Xiaoxi, when exactly do you plan to marry me? Shang Guanxi blushed and said, it's not just up to me, I need to go back and ask for my parents' opinions to see what they say. Zhuo Ling nodded, uncle has brought you up, so it's indeed important to ask his opinion. As for your aunt's opinion, you can either take it or leave it, after all, you have no blood relation with her, and she wasn't the one who raised you when you were little. That's not how you should speak, my mom is a very nice person. She cares a lot about me. Shang Guanxi was not the type of ungrateful person, her relationship with Enrich wasn't something that anyone could easily stir up with a few words. Zhuo Ling was a smart man, he knew he should play along with Shang Guanxi at this moment and not contradict her. Xiaoxi, I must have accrued good fortune in my previous life to be able to marry such an outstanding, kind-hearted girl like you this lifetime. Right now, to him, Shang Guanxi was more important than anything else. After getting married, he would be able to turn himself around and be the master. He wasn't afraid Shang Guanxi would divorce him. Given Shang Guanxi's standards, she couldn't find a better man than him. Even if Wu Chenjun was interested in Shang Guanxi, what could that do? Could Wu Chenjun accept a woman who had been with someone else, a second-hand one? He figured Shang Guanxi wouldn't have the guts to divorce him. Shang Guanxi couldn't read minds, nor did she know what Zhuo Ling was thinking, simply taking Zhuo Ling's words for heartfelt sincerity. Zhuo Ling, don't say that. I have many flaws too. Zhuo Ling said, it doesn't matter. I can accept all of your flaws. After a while, the car reached its station. Zhuo Ling dropped Shang Guanxi off at the entrance of the village before taking the bus back. When he arrived home, Zhuo Ling told his parents about his proposal. Hearing this, his mother, agitated, stood up and slammed the table. No way. I don't agree. You have to agree, because I already proposed. Xiaoxi has even accepted. Zhuo Ling said. His mother, overwhelmed with anger and her heart pounding violently, said, foolish. Ling Ling, you're so foolish. That Shangguan she has neither looks nor family background. She is not worthy of you. Her son was a dragon among men. In ancient times, he could have married a princess or become a son-in-law to the emperor. What was Shangguan Shi? She wasn't even comparable to a sparrow. Zhuo Ling firmly stated, I'm going to marry Xiaoxi no matter what. I like Xiaoxi. Although her family background isn't great, she's educated, good-looking, and presentable. Saying this, Zhuo Ling casually picked up a fruit knife and placed it against his neck. Mom and Dad, if you don't let me marry Xiaoxi today, it'll end my life. Seeing Zhuo Ling with the fruit knife terrified his parents. They knew Zhuo Ling was the Zhuo family's only bloodline, their lifeblood. Without Zhuo Ling, what would be the point of their existence? Ling Ling, calm down, don't hurt yourself, his mother said anxiously. Give the knife to Mom, quickly, be good, Ling Ling. Zhuo Ling stepped back. Mom, don't come any closer. Unless you agree to let me marry Xiaoxi, I'll die right here, before your eyes. Zhuo Ling's father turned pale with fear. Ling Ling, my heart's joy, please put the knife down. Given the situation, his mother had no choice but to nod in agreement. Fine. I agree. I'll agree. She had underestimated Shangguan Shi. She was a sly temptress. Look how she had bewitched her son. Such a person deserved no good end. In her mind, his mother cursed Shangguan Shi 1,000 times over. Zhuo Ling excitedly said, Mom, you really agree? Really? His mother continued nodding. When has Mom ever lied to you? Ling Ling, please give the knife to Mom. The fruit knife was brand new, extremely sharp. If it accidentally hurt Zhuo Ling, that would be terrible. That wretch Shangguan Shi would go to the 18th level of hell. Mom, you really aren't deceiving me? Zhuo Ling was somewhat incredulous. Ling Ling, rest assured, Mom is not deceiving you, his mother said fervently. Zhuo Ling then said, Mom, then swear to me, if you're lying, your son should never have a good death. Hearing this, his mother's brow twitched. This silly child. To joke about his own life for a woman. Damn wretch. Sly temptress. You declare it. Zhuo Ling urged, implying strongly that if his mother didn't swear, he was ready to take his own life. Swear now. Zhuo Ling's father also urged his mother. Are you going to just watch Ling Ling hurt himself? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1036, a saying comes true at this point. Mothers will grudgingly raised 3 fingers, fine, I swear. Seeing his mother had sworn the oath, Zhuo Ling then handed the knife to her. Taking the fruit knife, Mother Zhuo felt a sigh of relief. Zhuo Ling continued, Mom, don't worry, Xiaoxi is a very good girl. She will take good care of you and Dad in the future. Mother Zhuo sighed, what's the use of being filial? She can't even give birth to a son. Our Zhuo family will be ruined by that woman. And who knows whether she's genuinely filial or just pretending. How filial can someone be who's bewitched her own son into threatening his parents with his life? Mother Zhuo was now seething with suppressed anger. Just wait. Once that little bitch Shangguan she marries into our family, shall see how I'll deal with her. Zhuo Ling said with a smile, Mom, don't worry. After we get married, I'll have Xiaoxi quit her job to take care of you two at home, and then we can have 2 children. I guarantee every single one of them will be a boy. You guarantee? Mother Zhuo looked at Zhuo Ling, trying to suppress the fury in her heart. You talk nicely, but what can you guarantee with? You must have been bewitched by that woman. It's not like you can just say it and it happens. People like Shangguan Shi, you can just tell she won't give birth to a son. Zhuo Ling said with a smile, nowadays, with the advancement of science and technology, as long as one is 5 months pregnant, you can find out the gender of the baby. When Xiaoxi is pregnant, well, go to the hospital to check. If it's a girl, we just abort it, right? In the 1980s, ultrasound was popular due to family planning reasons, and many families would go to unlicensed clinics to check the gender of the fetus during pregnancy. If it was a girl, they would abort it. If a boy, they would keep it. This laid a severe foreshadowing for the unbalanced gender ratio in later generations. Why would the dowry prices skyrocket in the future? Because there are fewer and fewer girls and more boys. Hearing this, Mother Zhuo's eyes lit up. Really? Zhuo Ling nodded. Would I lie to you? Mother Zhuo asked, how do you know this? Our co-worker Xiao Sun just ended up with a big fat boy. Didn't his wife first give birth to a little girl? I heard they aborted 5 times before finally having a boy. They had a son, but the daughter-in-law's health was destroyed. But compared to a son, what's a daughter-in-law worth? If a woman divorces, she won't have a good reputation, but if a man's wife dies, he can still remarry. Mother Zhuo was still a bit uneasy. Are you so certain that Shangguan Shi will agree to the abortion? Zhuo Ling said with a smile, once she's married into the Zhuo family, she'll belong to our household, and by then, she won't have a say in the matter. That's also true. Mother Zhuo nodded in satisfaction. As she finished speaking, Mother Zhuo continued, it's just that her family background is somewhat inferior. Honestly, I think Lai Bao is better. That kid Lai Bao. Mother Zhuo hadn't finished her sentence before Zhuo Ling interrupted her. Mom, please don't bring up that Chen Lai Bao again. Looking at someone like that just annoys me. I'm going back to my room to rest. Mother Zhuo watched Zhuo Ling's retreating back and sighed. All right, don't be angry, Father Zhuo said. I think Lingling has gotten quite thinner these days. Don't we still have Bird's Nest at home? Go stew some to nourish him. Compared to getting angry, of course, their son's health was more important. Mother Zhuo hurried to the kitchen to stew Bird's Nest. At the Ni family. During dinner, Shangguan Shi announced to her family the news of Zhuo Ling's marriage proposal. Upon hearing this, there was a silence at the dinner table. Ni Zuhua looked at Shangguan Shi in surprise. Xiaoxi, you agreed? Shangguan Shi nodded. I think Zhuo Ling is a very good young man, so I agreed. She had not agreed to Zhuo Ling impulsively. She and Zhuo Ling had 3 years of emotional foundation, and now agreeing to the marriage proposal felt natural. Ni Yang looked up at Shangguan Shi, Sister Xiaoxi, with what did Zhuo Ling propose to you? Ni Yang was a bit afraid that Zhuo Ling had been a freeloader. Of course, a proposal can't be without a ring, Shangguan Shi replied. This answer was indeed beyond Ni Yang's expectation. It seemed that Zhuo Ling's character wasn't as bad as she had imagined. At least he used a ring to propose. She was really afraid that Zhuo Ling couldn't escape the nature of a scumbag and would resort to freeloading. What kind of ring is it? Show us, old lady, Shangguan said somewhat discontentedly. Shangguan, she said with a smile, a very unique ring. Shangguan, she was not a materialistic girl to begin with, and she hadn't suffered when she was younger. She thought that the straw ring given by Zhuo Ling embodied the love mentioned in books. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1037, A Saying Comes True _2. Unique? This statement really whetted everyone's appetite. Shengguan Su looked at Shengguan Shi. Could it be a pigeon's egg? Bigger than the one Dad gave Mom? When Shengguan Dehui proposed to Enrich, he did buy a sizable diamond ring. Shengguan Shi said speechlessly, "Brother, you're so tacky." As she finished speaking, Shengguan Shi took out a ring woven from wild grass from her pocket. "This is the engagement ring Zhuo Ling gave me." Upon seeing this, Shengguan Su almost spat out the soup he had just swallowed. A ring made of grass. No one expected Zhuo Ling's engagement ring to be a grass-woven ring. Even Yang was taken aback. She had thought that Zhuo Ling wasn't someone to bluff his way through, but it turned out he couldn't escape his scoundrel nature. Given Zhuo Ling's family background, even if he couldn't afford a pigeon's egg, he should have at least bought one made of gold. After all, Zhuo Ling was a minor official with a monthly salary of over 100 yuan. With the current cheap gold prices, 2 months' salary was enough to buy a very respectable gold ring. But Zhuo Ling didn't. This showed that Zhuo Ling didn't take Shengguan Shi to heart at all. He was deceiving Shengguan Shi, perhaps he just wanted to trick her into his grasp. Such a trifle fooled you? Shengguan Su picked up the ring in Shengguan Zai's hand, his face filled with incredulous laughter. Shengguan Shi seriously said, "Perhaps in your eyes, this is just worthless wild grass, but to me, it represents Zhuo Ling's true heart. His sincerity is priceless." Zhuo Ling's sincerity couldn't be measured with money. Yang nodded slightly. "Yeah, true love is priceless. I agree with Sister Xiaoxi." Yang? Enrich looked at Yang in surprise. Shengguan Shi smiled and said, Yang, you understand me." Yang held a high status in the family, and with her approval, Shengguan Shi felt much more confident. But Sister Xiaoxi, the phrase true love is priceless also depends on the situation, Yang continued. For instance, if someone comes from a poor background and has only 1 yuan but gives it all to you, and would do anything for you, that is true love. But if someone obviously has 100 yuan and isn't even willing to give you 1, that's not true love, that's just taking advantage of you. In Yang's eyes, family background wasn't the issue. What mattered was character. As long as the Zhuo family had good character and Zhuo Ling was truly sincere towards Shengguan Shi, everything else wasn't a problem. But now, Zhuo Ling was merely putting on an act for Shengguan Shi. Hearing this, Shengguan Shi was stunned. She had been immersed in love and had never considered this issue. Could it be that Zhuo Ling was really just acting? It surely wasn't. Shengguan Dehui nodded. "I think Yang is right. Xiaoxi, it's clear from this proposal issue that Zhuo Ling is not sincere towards you." Mother Zhuo spoke again. "That's true, thinking about Shengguan Zai's situation, she must be dying to pay you instead. Getting a wildflower from you is already good enough. How could she even dream of anything else? Not to mention Chen Liebao, the Chen family's circumstances are certainly not poor, and yet Chen Liebao is still looking to win over Zhuo Ling. Who would blame her son for being competent? If Shengguan Shi was capable, she'd have men paying her instead." Zhuo Ling then asked, "By the way, Mom, where did you store the leftover bird's nest?" "I placed it on the cabinet." "Okay." Zhuo Ling nodded. The next morning, while Mother and Father Zhuo were out for a walk, Zhuo Ling secretly packed the remaining bird's nest into his bag and took it with him. Due to last night's ordeal, Shengguan Shi hadn't slept well and looked rather worn out by morning. During lunch, Zhuo Ling asked with concern, "Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Shengguan Shi shook her head. "It's nothing." Zhuo Ling held Shengguan Zai's hand and continued, "By the way, Xiaoxi, have you told your uncle and aunt about us yet?" Shengguan Shi shook her head. "Not yet, I think it's too soon. We've only just met the parents, should we rush into marriage?" Shengguan Shi was very hesitant. She really liked Zhuo Ling, but she feared he was just appeasing her. What would she do if everyone's words turned out to be prophetic? "Xiaoxi, we've known each other for 3 years. Don't you trust me yet? Or has someone been setting you against me? I hate to say it, but your family situation is really complicated, with stepmothers, stepsisters, and 2 elderly folks unrelated to you by blood. Xiaoxi, you're so kind, I worry they might deceive you. No one's stirring anything up, I just think it's too soon. They are all my family, they wouldn't deceive me. Shengguan she never considered Ni Cuehua and the others as strangers. Zuoling sighed, Xiaoxi, you are too kind. By the way, I have something for you, guess what it is? What is it? Asked Shengguan Shi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1039. Rather starved to death. Zhuo's mother walked into the house with Chen Liebao. Lingling hasn't come back yet. You sit first, Auntie will go peel an apple for you to eat. Thank you, Auntie. Chen Liebao put the gift she had brought to one side. After a while, Zhuo Ling returned. When he saw Chen Liebao sitting on the sofa, his face changed. How did you get here? He didn't even want to bother giving Chen Liebao lip service. But Chen Liebao didn't mind Zhuo Ling's attitude at all, stood up and said, Zhuo Ling, you're back. Look what I brought you, a gift. This is a men's shirt I had my cousin bring back from abroad, and this, a Longin's watch. I've heard many people like this watch these days. That watch, it seemed pretty nice, and as far as he knew, it was worth quite a bit of money. If he wore it to work, he would definitely look impressive. Not a single man doesn't love watches. The anger on Zhuo Ling's face disappeared all at once. Chen Liebao observed the expression on Zhuo Ling's face and carefully said, Shall I put it on for you? Zhuo Ling didn't refuse Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao was overjoyed, immediately helped Zhuo Ling put on the watch. Look how good this watch looks. By the way, I bought a women's one for Auntie too. Really? Zhuo Ling's mother came out of the kitchen. Really? Chen Liebao took out another watch box from her bag. Auntie, this is for you. Zhuo's mother was delighted. Liebao, what do you want to eat tonight? Auntie will cook it for you. Chen Liebao said with subtlety, anything Auntie cooks, I love to eat. Auntie, let me help you cook too. Zhuo's mother refused. No need, you just sit in the living room and chat with Lingling, Auntie can handle it. Chen Liebao continued, by the way, Auntie, where's your nanny? Zhuo's mother said, she said there was something urgent back home and asked for leave a few days ago. Chen Liebao nodded, oh, I see. Normally, Zhuo Ling would certainly not be willing to sit on the sofa and chat with Chen Liebao, this pigsy, but today was different. After all, he had just accepted Chen Liebao's watch. What if Chen Liebao got upset and regretted giving it? A true man can be flexible. What TV do you want to watch? Zhuo Ling picked up the remote control and asked for Chen Liebao's preference. Chen Liebao looked shy. Whatever channel you tune to, I like to watch. Zhuo Ling felt goosebumps rise all over his skin. He really couldn't stand it. This Chen Liebao, although Zhuo Ling really disliked Chen Liebao, he still endured the nauseating feeling and randomly selected a channel. Chen Liebao now had no interest in watching TV, her gaze full of tenderness fixated on Zhuo Ling, as if she wished she could marry him and have kids right then and there. I need to use the bathroom. Zhuo Ling couldn't take it anymore and stood up from the sofa. I'll go too. Chen Liebao also stood up. I'm going to the bathroom, why are you following? Zhuo Ling turned to look at Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao said lovingly, I'm accompanying you. Zhuo Ling, fighting back the urge to vomit, quickly headed towards the bathroom and closed the door behind him. Zhuo Ling sat on the toilet for more than half an hour before he went to open the door. Zhuo Ling, are you okay? Zhuo Ling had thought Chen Liebao would have left. He wasn't careful and bumped into Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao stretched out her hand to hold Zhuo Ling's head. Zhuo Ling, how can you be so careless? Are you okay? Zhuo Ling's head was firmly pressed against her chest by Chen Liebao, and he was nearly suffocating. Let go. Let me go. An opportunity like this was rare, and Chen Liebao wasn't stupid. She had no intention of letting go. Chen Liebao was quite heavy and strong. How could Zhuo Ling compete with her? After a full 5 minutes, Chen Liebao finally let go. Zhuo Ling, are you okay? It was truly disgusting. How could Chen Liebao be so shameless? Zhuo Ling immediately covered his mouth and rushed to the bathroom to throw up. The sound of retching was loud. He wished he could vomit out everything he had eaten the night before. In no time, his face turned pale. Chen Liebao squatted beside Zhuo Ling. Zhuo Ling, are you okay? What's wrong? Why are you throwing up? Do you feel unwell? Do you need to see a doctor? Zhuo Ling was fuming inside, but he couldn't show it outwardly. I'm fine, I just need to lie down on the bed for a while. Please step aside. I'll help you to your room. No need. Zhuo Ling waved his hand, feeling like vomiting at the sight of Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao shook his head in frustration. Right, how could a sick person walk? I should carry you to the room. Hearing this, Zhuo Ling looked at Chen Liebao with a face full of terror. Before he could react, he was scooped up by Chen Liebao, as effortlessly as an eagle picking up a chick. After carrying Zhuo Ling to the room, Chen Liebao considerately covered him with a blanket and checked the temperature of his forehead with her hand. Zhuo Ling was nearly disgusted to death by Chen Liebao and finally couldn't take it anymore. Would you please leave? Are you sending me away? Chen Liebao looked at Zhuo Ling with a face full of hurt. Get out, don't make me repeat myself a third time. I'm going to rest now. Disgust was written all over Zhuo Ling's face. Chen Liebao looked at Zhuo Ling unwillingly, but I want to stay with you. I really like you, and you know it. Zhuo Ling looked at her coldly. Chen Liebao wasn't intimidated by Zhuo Ling's demeanor. If anything, she seemed even more smitten. She really liked Zhuo Ling too much. Zhuo Ling was speechless. He couldn't understand how someone could be so shameless. Didn't Chen Liebao know what she looked like? She, resembling Zhu Beiji, fancied him? She showed not the slightest self-awareness. Zhuo Ling suppressed the churning in his stomach, turned over, and faced away from Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao, with her hands propping up her chin, gazed at Zhuo Ling with infatuation, wishing she could burn 2 holes in his back. After a while, Mother Zhuo finished cooking and called them to eat. With a Zhu Beiji around, how could Zhuo Ling have an appetite? Mom, you all go ahead, I'm not hungry. Mother Zhuo knew Zhuo Ling disliked Chen Liebao, and his lack of appetite was due to his disgust for her. If you're not eating, so be it. Let's go, Liebao, we're going to eat. Chen Liebao was concerned for Zhuo Ling. How can you not eat? Man is iron, food is steel, you'll get hungry if you skip a meal. Zhuo Ling, come on, get up, let's eat together. I'm not eating. Zhuo Ling's attitude was somewhat unfriendly. Mother Zhuo immediately snapped at Zhuo Ling. You child, how can you talk to Liebao like that? Chen Liebao waved her hand. It's fine, Auntie, I just love Zhuo Ling's personality. This is what makes him so manly. Her last words came with a look of infatuation. Zhuo Ling couldn't take it anymore. He felt like he was going to be disgusted to death by Chen Liebao. This fatso. When was she going to stop? He couldn't stand it anymore. I said I'm not eating, aren't you annoying? Zhuo Ling couldn't help but shout. Chen Liebao clenched her hands into a fist. Ah. He's getting more and more manly. Zhuo Ling, Mother Zhuo sported a proud grin. How could her son not be outstanding? Someone was even willing to chase after him with such fervor. Chen Liebao continued, Zhuo Ling, if you don't want to get out of bed to eat, that's okay. I'll bring the food over and feed you later. Feed him? He would rather starve than be fed by that fatso. Zuoling was startled and immediately threw off the blanket, standing up from the bed. "I'll go." "All right. You just leave my house after you've finished eating." Meanwhile, at the Ni family's house, Shangguanxi took out the bird's nest that Zuoling had sent and showed it to Ni Tsuehua. "Mom, we misunderstood Zuoling yesterday. He isn't belittling me. Instead, he used the money for buying a ring to purchase bird's nest. He said that rings are flashy but of little substance, and it's better to buy bird's nest to nurture my health. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1040. Set a trap. Although these birds' nests aren't top grade, they're still imported from overseas and are much more expensive than a regular gold ring. With the Zhua family's financial capability, for him to buy these birds' nests for Shangguanxi was indeed quite remarkable. Could they really have misunderstood Zuoling? For a moment, Ni Tsuehua wasn't quite clear about the truth. Are these birds' nests really from Zuoling? Old Lady Shangguan, holding little Ni Yun, came over from the other side. "Really, Grandma?" Shangguanxi nodded her head. "Do I need to lie about something like this?" Old Lady Shangguan picked up a bird's nest and inspected it carefully. "It couldn't be fake, could it?" "Grandma, why don't you trust Zuoling?" Shangguanxi said speechlessly. "He's not the type of person to fool me with fake stuff." Right then, Ni Yen also walked in from outside. Shangguanxi hurriedly waved to Ni Yen. "Yang Yang, come here for a second." Ni Yen walked over. "What's up, Sister Xiaoxi?" Shangguanxi continued. "Yang Yang, do these birds' nests look fake to you?" Ni Yen picked up a bird's nest, imported from Malaysia. "They're not fake. Go ahead and eat them, birds' nests are very good for women." Hearing Ni Yan's response, Shangguanxi felt relieved. "See? I told you these birds' nests aren't fake. How could Zuoling give me fake birds' nests?" "Zuoling gave these?" Ni Yen looked at Shangguanxi somewhat surprised. She really hadn't expected Zuoling to gift Shangguanxi such precious items. That was really odd. Shangguanxi quickly explained the reason to Ni Yen. Upon hearing this, Shangguanxi raised her eyebrows slightly. "Sister Xiaoxi, didn't you ever think that these birds' nests could have been given to Zuoling by someone else, and he just passed them on to you?" With Zuoling's character, Ni Yen found it really hard to believe that he had bought these birds' nests to give to Shangguanxi. Could a tight-fisted person pluck feathers? That's totally illogical. "Impossible," Shangguanxi said firmly. "Zuoling wouldn't deceive me." Ni Yen nodded. "Sister Xiaoxi, it seems to me you're getting in deeper and deeper. It seems some things needed to be initiated earlier." Ni Yen squinted subtly. Shangguanxi laughed. "Oh well, I just trust Zuoling, just like you trust Imo Qishan." A shallow dimple appeared on Ni Yan's face. "If Imo Qishan dares to deceive me like that, I'll smash his head in." Far away in a foreign land, attending a meeting, Imo Qishan sneezed out of the blue. Who was thinking of him? Could it be his wife? A faint smile curled up Imo Qishan's lips, wrapping the outside snow and bringing a chilling cold. The people at the conference table shivered. "Big boss, please stop smiling. So terrifying." Shangguanxi said, "If our family's Zuoling dares to deceive me, then I will also smash his head in." Ni Yen laughed. "Sister Xiaoxi, I'm looking forward to seeing that." "Don't worry, you'll never get to see it," Shangguanxi said, smiling as she wrapped her arm around Ni Yen's shoulder. Ni Yen just smiled. After dinner, Ni Yen called Li Tong. "Hello, Yang Yang." Li Tong's voice sounded very excited. Due to her flawless skin, having just received some money from her elders, how could she not be excited? She was so happy she could jump. Ni Yen continued. "Tong Tong, are you free tomorrow morning? If you are, let's have coffee together." Ni Yen inviting her, even if she was busy, she had to make time. After all, Ni Yen was her god of wealth. Li Tong said, I have time, of course I have time. What time shall we meet tomorrow morning? Let's meet at 10, Ni Yen said. Okay, no problem. Don't miss it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1041, Appointment with Li Tong. One more update. After arranging it with Li Tong, Ni Yang hung up the phone. The next morning, Ni Yang drove to meet her. Truth be told, she didn't want to drive, but it was too cold now, and riding a bike would have taken courage. When she arrived, Li Tong was already there. Yang, over here. Li Tong stood up and waved at Ni Yang. Ni Yang walked over with a smile. Tong, how come you're so early? She was worried that Li Tong might wait for her, so Ni Yang had purposely come 10 minutes early, but Li Tong had arrived even earlier. Li Tong said, well, I have the day off today and nothing to do at home. Ni Yang handed the box she was holding to Li Tong. Tong, this is the newest product from Frosty Jade Skin, why don't you try it out? New product? The mention of those 3 words lit up Li Tong's eyes. Frosty Jade Skin's products were in such high demand that ordinary people couldn't even buy the limited editions, let alone new ones. Wow! What's this new product? Is it a face mask? Li Tong immediately opened the packaging. Frosty Jade Skin already had a milk pearl powder face mask, but face masks didn't usually look like this, so Li Tong was very curious, wondering exactly what this was. Ni Yang explained with a smile, this is a snail essence eye mask, which can lighten crow's feet and under eye lines, as well as reduce dark circles. It is quite effective. Dark circles would appear from staying up late, and no matter how much foundation you applied, you couldn't completely cover them up. This eye mask was simply a savior for night owls. Good skincare products shouldn't stay the same forever, so recently, Frosty Jade Skin had not only added eye masks but had also launched several affordable skincare products. Of course, good things were meant to be shared. Eye mask? Do you use it on your eyes? Li Tong continued to ask. Exactly, Ni Yang nodded. Li Tong followed up, Yang, thank you. How much is it? Although she hadn't used this eye mask yet, Li Tong was already a loyal fan of Frosty Jade Skin. She believed that Frosty Jade Skin wouldn't disappoint her. The eye mask must be really good. Ni Yang replied with a smile, this is a new product, currently in the trial phase. Just let me know how it works for you afterward, there's no need to pay. Li Tong wasn't the kind to take advantage, no way, Yang, I can't accept the eye mask if you're not taking the money. Ni Yang took a sip of coffee, Tong, if you really feel bad about it, then do me a favor instead. What favor? Just tell me, said Li Tong. Ni Yang began speaking softly. Hearing this, Li Tong patted her chest and said, no problem, leave it to me. I promise I'll take care of it. Then I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble at all, Li Tong continued, Yang, if you ever need help with anything in the future, just let me know. Since she wasn't working today, She spent time on a date with Zhuoling. Zhuoling brought up marriage again. Regarding the matter of marriage, She was also somewhat at a loss. After all, it was a commitment for a lifetime, and she wanted to think it over properly. Xiaoxi, do you not love me? Zhuoling asked. She replied, no, I love you very much. Zhuoling, why would you think that? Zhuoling continued, if you love me, why won't you marry me? Especially since you've already accepted my proposal. Zhuoling was anxious. The longer the delay, the more likely it was that she might be snatched away by Wu Qinjun. She thought for a moment and then said, Zhuoling, this is a matter for a lifetime. I need to discuss it with my family and prepare a lot of things. Have you already discussed it with your uncle and aunt? Zhuoling replied, my parents really like you, they can't wait for me to marry you. There's no need for discussion, they are just waiting for your response now. After all, he had even threatened with his own life once, so his parents didn't dare to disagree. Shangguan, she said, don't worry, Zuoling, they'll pick a good day soon to talk to them about this, and I promise you won't have to wait too long. Shangguan, she was in a hurry too. Her family had many misconceptions about Zuoling and continuously disapproved of her marrying him. Was she supposed to secretly take her household registration book and sneak off to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register? But doing so would surely anger her parents once they found out. Hearing Shangguan she say this, Zuoling no longer pressured her. Then I'll wait for your good news. Shangguan, she nodded. Zuoling continued, by the way, Xiaoxi, I had a friend bring back a gift for you from abroad again. What gift? Shangguan, she asked, her face alight with surprise. This time Zuoling didn't let Shangguan she guess and directly pulled a beautifully wrapped gift box from his pocket. Xiaoxi, why don't you open it and see? As instructed, Shangguan she opened the gift box and saw, nestled in the red velvet, a gorgeous Longines watch. Do you like it? Zuoling asked. To ordinary people, a Longines watch was extremely luxurious, but for Shangguan she, it was hardly worth mentioning. For example, the foreign brand watch on Shangguan Zai's wrist was more than 100 times more expensive than the Longines. Unfortunately, Zuoling didn't realize the worth and thought Shangguan she was wearing a no-name watch. Still, since the watch represented Zuoling's sentiments, Shangguan she exclaimed with delight, I love it. Thank you so much, Zuoling. A Longines watch cost over 200 yuan, and although it wasn't expensive, it at least proved Zuoling's sincerity toward her. Just as Yang had said. If a person has 1 yuan and is willing to give it all to you, that's real love. Real love is priceless. Zuoling earned only a bit over 100 yuan a month, yet he was willing to give her a watch worth over 200 yuan, that was real love. Shangguan she was overjoyed to have found such a good man in this lifetime. Let me help you put it on, Zuoling continued. Shangguan she nodded and took off the watch she was wearing to pocket it. With disdain, Zuoling said, Xiaoxi, that watch of yours is all worn out. Why keep it? Just throw it away. Shangguan she replied, this watch was a gift from my dad, it holds special meaning. Zuoling nodded, I see it's from your father, then it shouldn't be thrown away. After helping Shangguan she put on the watch, he raised his own left hand and said, look, Xiaoxi, now our watches even match. Shangguan Zai's smile grew even more joyful. Wearing the watch Zuoling had given her, the thought of marrying him grew increasingly stronger. Shangguan she had made up her mind. If her family still didn't approve, she would be bold for once. Zuoling was such a good person, she believed her family would understand her. Zuoling dropped Shangguan she off at her home, then headed to his own place. As soon as he got home, Mother Zua asked with a stern face, Lingling, did you take my watch? That watch had been a gift from Chen Liebao to her, and she hadn't even had the chance to wear it before it disappeared. Zuoling nodded, yes, what about it? What did you take my watch for? Mother Zua demanded. Zuoling sat down on the couch, I gave it to Xiaoxi. What? Mother Zua nearly shrieked. He had given it to Shangguan shi? He had actually given that expensive watch to that little bitch. Do you know how much that watch cost? Mother Zua's face turned red with anger. Without a care, Zuoling picked up an apple, it's just a watch, right? Is it worth all this fuss? Besides, Xiaoxi is not an outsider, she's about to marry into our family. That watch costs over 200 yuan. Over 200 yuan. I couldn't even bring myself to wear it, and there you go, giving it to that little bitch without even blinking an eye. They weren't even married yet, and her son was already so enamored with that little bitch. What would happen if they did get married? Go right now and get that watch back from that little bitch. Go now. Mother Zua pushed Zuoling toward the door. Speechless, Zuoling said, Mom, is it really worth it? I'm your son. Do I mean less to you than a watch? Mother Zua yelled, it's my watch. What gives you the right to give it to that little bitch? If you don't want to get it, then I will go to that little bitch myself and get it. That damned little bitch, daring to take her things. Zhuo Ling continued, Mom, calm down. Xiaoxi is going to marry into our family soon, we can just have her return the watch later. Right now it's not going to happen, we're at a critical point. If you screw up our affair at this time, then I might as well be dead. After saying that, Zhuo Ling casually picked up the fruit knife on the table, appearing as if he were about to commit suicide. Mother Zhuo was terrified, her face turning deathly pale. Lingling, drop the knife. Put down the knife. Zhuo Ling placed the fruit knife down. Mom, don't worry. Once Xiaoxi steps into our home, you can treat her however you want, and I won't stop you. But not now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1042, Beauty Trap, Second Update. He had to appease Sheng Guanxi properly now. If he ruined the relationship at this time, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? With suppressed frustration, Mother Zhuo said, Fine, fine, fine. I won't look for her. Is that not enough if I don't look for her? Zhuo Ling responded with satisfaction, if you had acted like this earlier, I wouldn't have needed to get involved. At that moment, a voice came from the kitchen, Wife, where did you put our bird's nest? Birds' nests usually have some feathers, so the task of picking them fell to Father Zhuo. Hearing the words, bird's nest, Zhuo Ling's brow twitched, and the apple in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Mother Zhuo said, Isn't it on top of the cabinet? Look carefully. There's nothing. I only found an empty box. Father Zhuo replied. Mother Zhuo, already full of anger and nowhere to vent it, snapped, You useless idiot. You can't even find something as big as a bird's nest. What can you even do properly? Father Zhuo replied grievously, There really is only an empty box. Just then, Zhuo Ling continued, Mom, I took the bird's nest. You took it? Mother Zhuo looked at Zhuo Ling in surprise. What did you need the bird's nest for? As soon as she finished speaking, Mother Zhuo realized, Oh no. You didn't take our family's bird's nest to give to that little bitch, did you? By the last sentence, Mother Zhuo's voice had changed. Zhuo Ling nodded, Yeah. Mother Zhuo really wanted to slap Zhuo Ling to death, but looking at her beloved son's face, she couldn't bring herself to do it and instead took out her anger on Father Zhuo, You useless idiot. Look at your great son. Oh my God. My bird's nest. The bird's nest I couldn't bear to eat myself was wasted on that little bitch. Mother Zhuo hit and punched Father Zhuo. She was furious. Father Zhuo was so angry he wanted to scold Zhuo Ling, but he couldn't bring himself to do it and had to suppress his anger. That night, when it was time to sleep, Mother Zhuo felt more and more uneasy as she kept tossing and turning. She was heartbroken. There might be a chance to get the watch back, but not the bird's nest. Who knows, the bird's nest might have already ended up in that little bitch's stomach. Sleep, just sleep, Father Zhuo said helplessly, It's gone, let it be. Anyway, the Lai Bao family is rich, so well just ask Lai Bao to give us another one later. Mother Zhuo responded angrily, Lai Bao is not a fool. Our Lingling is about to marry that little bitch, would Lai Bao still send stuff to our house? Father Zhuo then suggested, Then we'll just have to deceive Lai Bao, it's not like they are getting married right away. Mother Zhuo thought this was a good idea and paid a visit to Chen Leibao's house the next day. That visit indeed proved to be very fruitful. Morning Light Group. When lunchtime arrived, Zhuo Ling was anxious to meet Sheng Guanxi, and he hurried to the cafeteria. He accidentally bumped into someone. And it was a beauty. Ouch. Are you blind? I'm so sorry, are you alright? Zhuo Ling immediately apologized. He knew this beauty, her name was Li Tong, and she worked in the department next door. It was said that Li Tong's family had a powerful background and had connections with the company's CEO, which was why she managed to have an office job. Li Tong looked up, saw Zhuo Ling's face, and froze, a blush coloring her cheeks. It's okay. Zhuo Ling also froze. As an experienced player in love games, he knew exactly why Li Tong was blushing. It was clearly the look of a young girl struck by love. Could it be that Li Tong had fallen for him? He was so handsome, youthful, and promising, with a high education level. It was completely normal for Li Tong to fall for him. Zhuo Ling's heart raced. You see, Li Tong had far better qualifications than Sheng Guanxi. Sheng Guanxi had only her looks. Li Tong had the looks, the body, the education, not to mention her family background. Sheng Guanxi couldn't compare to even 1/10,000th of Li Tong. Zhuo Ling hadn't even come back to his senses when he heard Li Tong ask, "What's your name? I don't think I've seen you before." Hearing this, Zhuo Ling pointed to his work badge and said, "Im Zhuo Ling." Li Tong nodded, "Im Li Tong, just call me Tong Tong." Tong Tong. Zhuo Ling's heart immediately fluttered. A woman wanting to be addressed so intimately clearly meant something significant. "I have to go ahead for something else," Li Tong said, then walked in a different direction. Zhuo Ling wanted to follow her but was afraid of being too forward, so he stared at Li Tong's back for a long time. Li Tong was beautiful and had a particularly cold demeanor. Several male colleagues in the office had tried to pursue her but all had eventually given up. Over time, no one dared to pursue Li Tong anymore. Zhuo Ling hadn't expected Li Tong to treat him differently. The more Zhuo Ling thought about it, the more excited he became, so much so that he was distracted while having dinner with Sheng Guanxi. As they ate, Sheng Guanxi said, "Zhuo Ling, I mentioned us to my parents last night, but they seem to misunderstand you and temporarily don't approve of our relationship. I'm so sorry." Sheng Guanxi felt very guilty, as Zhuo Ling had been waiting for her, but she kept disappointing him. Zhuo Ling must be very upset right now. Zhuo Ling said, "It's okay, it's okay." Seeing Zhuo Ling like this, Sheng Guanxi thought he was angry and continued, "Zhuo Ling, I've made up my mind. I'll sneak our household registration book from home. Let's quietly go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and register our marriage." "Oh, okay." Zhuo Ling nodded absent-mindedly, then suddenly realized something was off. "No. Xiaoxi, what did you just say?" Had Zhuo Ling been too excited and hallucinated? Sheng Guanxi repeated what she had just said with a smile. "What? Register for marriage?" Zhuo Ling was startled and accidentally knocked over the soup bowl on his dinner tray, spilling the pork rib soup all over the table. Sheng Guanxi quickly stood up to wipe the table. "How about it? Are you really excited now?" Sheng Guanxi thought that Zhuo Ling must be too excited about the news. In fact, had he not met Li Tong an hour before, Zhuo Ling would indeed have been very excited. After all, he had always wanted to marry Sheng Guanxi. But not now. Not that he never would, but at least he had no immediate thoughts of getting married. Because he was unsure whether Li Tong was really interested in him. If Li Tong really liked him, and he was already married to Sheng Guanxi, wouldn't he miss out on Li Tong? Therefore, he couldn't register the marriage with Sheng Guanxi for the time being. Zhuo Ling gathered his thoughts and then said, "Xiaoxi, I think matters of marriage still need the approval of our parents. After all, they have worked hard to raise you, and it wouldn't be fair to them if we were to act this way, would it?" Before he pursued Li Tong, Zhuo Ling wouldn't easily break up with Sheng Guanxi. What if he hastily broke up with Sheng Guanxi, but Li Tong didn't like him? Wouldn't it all be in vain? After speaking, Zhuo Ling added, "Xiaoxi, misunderstandings are okay. I believe I can clear up your uncle and aunt's misunderstandings about me with sincerity. Registering hastily not only disheartens the elders but also makes them feel that I am unreliable. Xiaoxi, I don't want to put you in a difficult position. I am willing to wait." Zhuo Ling spoke righteously, and Sheng Guanxi was very moved. She hadn't expected Zhuo Ling to consider her perspective to such an extent. It seems they had misunderstood Zhuo Ling before. Sheng Guanxi suddenly felt very sorry for Zhuo Ling. "Zhuo Ling, thank you. Thank you for thinking so much for me." Actually, I still have something I've been hiding from you. Lovers shouldn't keep secrets. She shouldn't have hidden her family background from Zhuoling. She should be honest with Zhuoling. Just then, Zhuoling suddenly saw Li Tong. Li Tong was walking this way. He absolutely couldn't let Li Tong see him with Sheng Guanxi. Zhuoling suddenly stood up and said, Xiaoxi, I suddenly feel a bit unwell, I'm going back to the office. Hearing that Zhuoling felt unwell, Sheng Guanxi said with a concerned face, Zhuoling, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? No, I'm fine, Zhuoling continued, I'll just rest at the office for a bit. Don't follow me, go ahead and eat. As he finished speaking, Zhuoling ran off like a shot. Sheng Guanxi didn't think much of it, assuming Zhuoling was just concerned she hadn't eaten enough. Back at the office, Zhuoling finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Li Tong hadn't seen him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain. That evening after work, afraid of being seen by Li Tong, Zhuoling made an excuse to work overtime and sent Sheng Guanxi home first. The next morning, when Zhuoling showed up at the office again, he was startled. Because Li Tong had been transferred to their office. Upon seeing Zhuoling, Li Tong turned towards him and took the initiative to greet him, Zhuoling, good morning. We're in the same office now, I'm sitting right next to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1043, Zhuoling is hooked, Part 3. Zhuoling looked at the enthusiastic Li Tong and thought he must be hallucinating. The aloof and stunning Li Tong was actually taking the initiative to greet him. Zhuoling felt countless envious gazes turning towards him. Oh my God! He couldn't be dreaming, could he? Zhuoling pinched the inside of his thigh hard. Ouch! It hurt. He wasn't dreaming. Zhuoling looked up at Li Tong, Tong. Li Tong smiled slightly, please enlighten me on work-related matters in the future. Of course, Zhuoling nodded, if you have any questions about work, just ask me. Thank you, Zhuoling. Li Tong casually picked up a paper bag from the desk, to thank you, I'm treating you to breakfast. Zhuoling sheepishly accepted the breakfast bag. When a woman takes the initiative to show favor to a man, her intentions are all too obvious. Li Tong must have fallen for him. Maybe she even moved here for him. Zhuoling thought smugly to himself. During the lunch break, Li Tong went to talk with other female colleagues, while a few male colleagues surrounded Zhuoling. Zhuoling, you dog. You even tamed a beauty like Li Tong. Zhuoling, share some tips with us. Exactly, you can't keep these tips to yourself. You have to share with us all, so we can all win a beauty. Zhuoling was very pleased inside, but he feigned humility. Actually, I didn't do much. Maybe I just happened to be the type Li Tong likes. Zhuoling, you can't be serious. Are you still hiding something? Another colleague chimed in, hey, do you guys know who Li Tong is? She's the factory manager's niece. The factory manager's niece? Zhuoling looked at the colleague who spoke in surprise, really? Although he knew there was some connection between Li Tong and the factory manager, he didn't know Li Tong was actually the niece of the factory manager. Their factory manager was in her 50s, still unmarried, without any children of her own. If Li Tong really was her niece, then she was almost like a daughter to her. After the factory manager passes away, the factory would belong to Li Tong. Of course it's true. I once saw Li Tong come out of the factory manager's office, calling her auntie. Now, isn't that proof enough that she is the niece? As soon as others heard that Li Tong was the manager's daughter, their expressions changed as well, their eyes revealing even more evident envy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Zhuoling, you can't forget us when you make it big. Zhuoling, you must have stepped in a fortune to be seen differently by the future factory manager. Zhuoling, you've got to seize the opportunity, humor Li Tong well, and you could be the future factory manager. Everyone was saying their piece, and Zhuoling was also extremely excited. Just like everyone said, if he really married Li Tong, then he wouldn't just be the son-in-law of the factory manager, he would be the future factory manager. In the future, the thousands of people in the factory would be under his command. No. He had to seize the opportunity that lay before him. It seemed that these days he needed to maintain a proper distance from Shang Guanxi. He couldn't let Li Tong find out anything. Shang Guanxi had clearly felt Zhuoling distancing himself from her these past days. During lunch, he wouldn't come to the cafeteria but ate in the office instead, and after work, he didn't wait for her anymore. What was wrong with him? Could it be because of the marriage matter? He was angry. Shang Guanxi stood in front of the window, letting out a deep sigh, and just then, she was embraced from behind. Zhuoling. Shang Guanxi turned around in surprise, and the person was indeed Zhuoling. Zhuoling said, "Xiaoxi, we've been really busy in our department recently. I'm sorry I've neglected you." Li Tong had taken the day off and wasn't at the factory, so Zhuoling dared to be so bold. Moreover, he had been estranged from Shang Guanxi for such a long time. If the estrangement continued, what if Shang Guanxi was deceived by someone else? Besides, Zhuoling hadn't confirmed his relationship with Li Tong yet. He couldn't afford to give up the sesame for the sake of the watermelon, ending up seeing neither the watermelon nor the sesame. One must always be prepared for both possibilities. The gloom of several days instantly vanished with Zhuoling's explanation. Shang Guanxi smiled and said, "It's okay, work is important. I thought you were angry with me." In his heart, Zhuoling chuckled at how silly Shang Guanxi was, but sweetly said on the surface, "How could I be? Xiaoxi, you are the one I love the most, how could I be mad at you?" Shang Guanxi's face blushed a bit and she pushed Zhuoling away. "Don't be like this. I'm telling the truth." Zhuoling declared with conviction, "In my heart, no one is more important than you." "Right, tomorrow is Saturday, let's go see a movie together. Before the movie, let's go out to eat first." Shang Guanxi nodded, "All right, I just so happen to have something to discuss with you this Saturday." Shang Guanxi didn't want to keep hiding it from Zhuoling any longer. She trusted Zhuoling. He wasn't the kind of person who cared about family background. The next day was Saturday. Zhuoling arrived early at the spot he had arranged with Shang Guanxi but found Li Tong there instead. This made Zhuoling anxious. What if Li Tong saw him with Shang Guanxi? No, he couldn't let Shang Guanxi come over now. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could put on a good show in front of Li Tong. Zhuoling quickly found a phone and called Shang Guanxi. "Hey, Xiaoxi, something came up today. My mom isn't feeling well, and I have to take her to the hospital, so I can't meet you. Sorry, let's go watch a movie next week instead." "Xiaoxi, you are just too young," Shang Guanfeng continued. "Marriage is a lifelong matter. How could you be so hasty in deciding? Besides, look at the young ladies around you, besides you, who is wearing a ring made of wild grass. From this, it's clear that Zhuoling doesn't value you at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible." You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.